Chapter 1. Between the clouds, the wind-thunder platform, the line of heaven. This was the wind-thunder platform, a dangerous place in the upper three heavens of the heavens. One could enter and exit the line of heaven. But at this moment, the wind-thunder platform was filled with a foul wind. Chu Yong, hand over the sword. We'll spare your life. Chu Yong, you're already at death's door. Hand over the sword. We can leave you a whole corpse. Chu Yong, the number one divine item in the world is a waste in your hands. It's been so many years and you haven't made any progress. You're simply wasting it. Hand it over. Clamorous shouts came from all directions. In the center of the wind-thunder platform, on a slightly protruding rock, Chu Yong was dressed in black and bathed in blood. His hair was disheveled, but his face was eternally cold. His eyes were still as calm as a rock. His body was still as straight as a javelin. Just like the sword in his hand, it was filled with an unbending spirit. Even though he was already fatally injured, beneath his feet, within a radius of a few hundred feet, there were countless broken limbs and bodies, dripping with blood. Looking at the crowd of experts who were only shouting but didn't rush over, Chu Yong revealed a mocking smile, arrogant and disdainful. Facing so many experts, even though he was already at the end of his rope, he was still arrogant. These people had a good plan. They knew that although they were already at the end of their rope, no matter who came up, they would have to face a mutually destructive attack. No one was willing to be the scapegoat. They only hoped that someone would rush up to seek death. However, none of them were stupid, so they stopped at the same time. Such people, with such temperament, no matter how high their cultivation is or how many of them there are, even if they can kill me 10,000 times, they're not worthy of being my enemy. Chu Yong smiled mockingly and sat down slowly. Although his expression didn't change, his mouth still didn't say a word. But his heart was full of doubts. How did the news that the sword was in his hands leak out? He had clearly investigated for 3 years before confirming that the wind-thunder platform of the upper three heavens had a section of the sword body of the ninth calamity sword. After going through untold hardships, he finally found an opportunity to risk his life to come to the upper three heavens. But why did he encounter such a powerful ambush after coming here? Today, he had only been in the upper three heavens for 5 days. He had just found the wind-thunder platform and encountered this ambush. Today's situation was purely a dead end. He had always been known for his secretive whereabouts. Who knew his plan? He had charged over 10 times in a row, but every time, he was blocked and sent back. And these places that he had chosen were all dead corners. Logically, there was absolutely no reason that he couldn't charge. Who knew his habits so well? Who was this hidden enemy? This question had been troubling Chu Yong for a long time. The shining body of the calamity sword reflected the sunlight in the sky, as if drawing a rainbow in the air. Everyone who saw this seen fire-thunder sword was their hearts. He couldn't wait to hold that divine object in his hands. Ancient times. Continent. Whoever got the sword tribulation sword would be invincible. The sword tribulation sword had this secret of invincibility. According to legend, the power of the sword tribulation sword was not limited to this. Tribulation heaven, one sword to destroy the world, 1,000 years to reign supreme, heaven beyond heaven. This was the only song about the sword tribulation sword in the world. Its origin could not be traced. The sword tribulation sword had always been a legend. No one would have thought that one day, the sword tribulation sword would actually appear in front of them. Chu Yong also had doubts in his heart. The sword tribulation sword. Yes, he had gotten the sword tribulation sword, and he had found the 5 parts of the sword step by step, but he was disappointed to find that the power of the sword tribulation sword was not as great as he had imagined, and there was always a clear barrier between him and the sword tribulation sword. No matter if he poured his blood or used his sincere comprehension, there was no effect at all. Why was this? Why? Extreme to love, extreme to the sword. He extinguished his love into the sword, used the sword to enter the martial way, used the martial way to seek the heavenly way, used his lifelong loneliness as the price, and used massacres as a treasure raft to cross the world. Unfortunately, he still couldn't master the sword tribulation sword and the heaven beyond divine technique. Did he make the wrong choice? Or was this path wrong from the start? Or his heartlessness was not compatible with the sword tribulation sword? A heartless swordsman, a heartless swordsman. If a swordsman had feelings, what kind of swordsman would he be? The way of the sword, the way of the martial way, and the heavenly way were all heartless in the end. But at this moment of life and death, why was it so shaken? Disaster sword, oh disaster sword, what is your secret? Looking at the greedy gazes all around him, Chu Yang smiled bitterly in his heart. You only know that if you get the sword tribulation sword, you will be invincible in the world. But do you know how much I have sacrificed for this sword tribulation sword? There is nothing left. A red and graceful figure seemed to flash in his mind, becoming clearer and clearer. Slowly, the red sleeves fluttered. Faintly, there seemed to be ethereal music, and the graceful figure slowly danced in the void. Chu Yang's eyes suddenly became distant, sorrowful, and sad. Blood was flowing, and Chu Yang clearly felt his life was quickly slipping away. He pursued the martial way all his life, fell in love, broke out of love, became emotionless, and then extinguished love. At the moment of death, he thought that his only regret would be that he didn't reach the highest level that he pursued all his life. But he didn't expect that at this moment, a figure that he thought he had long forgotten would appear in his mind. That beautiful figure in red fluttered in the wind. That glance, that turn of the body, it was all extremely charming. She sang and danced in his heart lightly and gracefully. Every time she looked back at him, her eyes were as deep as the sea. Emo Qingwu, the woman that Chu Yang fell in love with and broke out of love. So, I didn't really break out of love? Chu Yang's mouth revealed a self-deprecating smile as he muttered to himself. A trace of regret quietly spread in his heart. Like smoke, it instantly engulfed his entire soul. At this moment, his heart could no longer be controlled, and he didn't want to control it. Qingwu, I wonder if I can meet you in the netherworld this time? Qingwu, do you know how much I regret leaving you in order to cultivate the 3 tribulations emotion-destroying slash? Chu Yang's heart was full of sorrow and bitterness. Everyone attacked together. Let's just chop him up. As for the tribulation sword, it's not too late for us to discuss it slowly. Someone shouted, otherwise, when he recovers, it'll be our turn to waste our efforts. Everyone around roared in agreement. Immediately, they raised their swords and sabers and surrounded Chu Yang. Chu Yang still sat there in a trance, motionless. His eyes were fixed on a certain spot in front of him. It was as if there was an eternity of desolation. His blood-stained hair floated in front of his forehead. The figure in his mind danced more and more intensely. It had already formed a red shadow. It was ethereal, but red like a red silk that filled the sky. At the same time, a graceful and desolate song faintly came out from the red shadow. A lifetime of not dancing, a dance is a lifetime of bitterness. In this life, I dance for you, even if I have to dance a lifetime of bitterness. This was a short poem that Emo Qingwu had composed on the night of their engagement. He could still remember that Emo Qingwu's eyes were filled with tears. Her eyes were filled with sorrow and resentment. She knew that he was using her love to practice martial arts, but she still threw herself into his arms like a moth to a flame, allowing him to burn as much as he wanted. That pure and virtuous girl. Chu Yang thought despondently. His heart was unbearably bitter. Only at the end of one's life did he know the value of true love. But he could no longer turn back. He could still remember that time when Emo Qingwu was rejected by him for the last time. Her heart was broken and her soul was broken. She was distracted and was attacked on her way back. A beauty of a generation finally died. When he heard the news, he immediately rushed over. But in the end, he was still a step too late. Although he later killed all the people of the clan that heard Emo Qingwu, not even a chicken or a dog of the clan was spared. The beauty could not be resurrected. That peerless beauty, on the verge of death, laid softly in his arms and said to him, Chu Yang, if there's a next life, if I can still meet you, I hope you can. Take a good look at me. I'm prettier than a sword. Chu Yang, to be able to die in your arms, I'm very satisfied. These were Imo Qingwu's last words. Qingwu, you're not satisfied. You have regrets. Otherwise, why would there be tears at the corners of your eyes? On the face of the beauty who was already breathless, those 2 drops of clear tears suddenly fell, coupled with the forced smile she put on for fear that he would be sad. It was so sad and beautiful. Those 2 drops of clear tears smashed his heart into pieces at that moment. From then on, this heart was sealed, light as a dream, floating in the air, enchanting as a sea of blood and a mountain of bones dance. Don't ask a lord who wields a sword for 1,000 miles, accompanying in life and death to the heavens. This was a poem that the world's #1 genius Shuelehan had specially composed back then when he sensed Imo Qingwu's deep feelings for Chu Yang. And now, Qingwu, you've reached the heavens, but I'm still in this world. But I can immediately accompany you in life and death, for generations to come. Chu Yang was lost in thought. A gentle and sad smile hung at the corners of his mouth, which had always been cold and hard. His blood-stained long hair fluttered in the wind. Qingwu, wait for me. Qingwu, do you know, if there's a next life? I'd rather not practice any sword skills, rather not reach the peak, rather not take revenge, just to be with you. In this world, what can compare to that smile of yours? None. The beautiful song and dance in his mind gradually faded away. Imo Qingwu's voice also seemed to become more and more ethereal. Dancing for you in this life. Dancing for you in this life. My heart will never change. Even 10,000 deaths won't be bitter. Not bitter. With a swoosh, a golden blade came at him. Chu Yang was in a trance. He casually blocked with his sword. His mind was still listening to Imo Qingwu's voice. This life is over. Qingwu, before I die, let me hear more of your voice. Not bitter. Qingwu, you're bitter, but you don't feel bitter. Now, I'm very bitter. So regretful. More and more knives and swords landed on his body. Blood flew out bit by bit. Pain gathered from all parts of his body, finally interrupting the song and dance in his mind. Chu Yang roared furiously. He stood up abruptly, his long black hair fluttering violently. His hairband broke. He was completely enraged. At the last moment of my life, you came to disturb our reunion. Damn it. With a bang, a sword pierced Chu Yang's chest. Chu Yang's heart ached. He looked down and saw that the jade pendant hanging around his neck had shattered in front of his eyes. On the jade pendant, the word Wu quietly shattered into pieces. Chu Yang reached out and touched it blankly. Instantly, his eyes widened. This was the only memento that Qingwu left for him. Kill. Chu Yang suddenly raised his head. His eyes were filled with killing intent. With a roar, the calamity sword in his hand suddenly swung up with tens of thousands of sword lights. Like lightning, it suddenly connected into a belt of light. With a series of bangs, all the weapons around him were neatly cut in half. Everyone hurriedly retreated. They looked at the neat circle of broken weapons at Chu Yang's feet in horror. Cold sweat flowed down their backs. They didn't expect the power of the calamity sword to be so terrifying. They thought that Chu Yang was a lamp that had run out of oil. It was the time to relax and be bold. Everyone was thinking about how to deal with the calamity sword after Chu Yang died. How to snatch it. If it fell into their hands, how to escape. While they were urgently thinking about countermeasures, Chu Yang's sword suddenly exploded. And it was so powerful. It was completely unexpected. Chu Yang was bathed in blood. He stood with his sword in hand. His eyes coldly looked at the crowd in front of him. When his eyes fell on someone's face, that person couldn't help but tremble. They only felt that in this pair of eyes, there was infinite sorrow, infinite despair, infinite anger, and infinite killing intent. Chu Yang looked around and suddenly asked softly, "You want the calamity sword?" Without waiting for anyone to answer, he laughed coldly and said slowly, "Okay, I'll let you see the calamity sword." He suddenly jumped up. He had already suffered countless fatal injuries, but he actually jumped up. In the air, all the wounds on his body spurted blood at the same time. But he was indifferent. His face was solemn as he coldly shouted, "Calamity sword. One ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms." With a wave of the calamity sword, a ray of light shot out in an arc. As the arc shot out, tens of thousands of rays of cold light rushed out. These tens of thousands of rays of cold light seemed to carry the most ancient desolation in the world. Calamity Sword. Heaven's Sword Technique. One sword. Heaven was the name of this continent. Throughout history, none of the sword techniques had dared to use these three words as their names. However, the Calamity Sword Technique had directly used the name Heaven. Since ancient times, this was the only set. Although Chu Yang couldn't unleash the true power of the Calamity Sword Technique, he had comprehended these few sword techniques for a long time. Although the power of these few sword techniques wasn't as great as imagined, it was still far beyond ordinary sword techniques. The dozens of experts around knew that this sword was no small matter. All of them brought out their trump cards and tried their best to resist this attack. Everyone's body swayed. They felt that the weapons in their hands were almost unsteady. Calamity Sword. What harm is there in slaughtering the world? Before the first move was finished, the second move had already arrived with murderous intent. The surging rays of light were like the rising tide of the sea. Boundless murderous intent shot out in all directions. Screams rang out. Dozens of experts who could dominate a region tried their best to resist, but they still retreated pathetically with blood all over their bodies. At this moment, everyone had an illusion. The current Chu Yang was definitely not injured. He was definitely in a complete state. But they didn't know that they had interrupted Chu Yang's memories and Imo Qingwu's singing and dancing, making Chu Yang completely furious and unleashing all the potential of his body. This was the power of life, the fury of the soul. This power was even far beyond his peak. Calamity Sword. Gather the wind and clouds to become the emperor. Chu Yang laughed tragically. As he waved the Calamity Sword, a huge crown actually seemed to appear. That brilliant pressure covered the sky and covered the earth. Wherever the sword light pointed, there were continuous screams. Arrows of blood flew, and heads rolled off from their necks, as if a cart of rotten watermelons had been overturned. The king descends. All living things in the world are at my mercy. Do as I please, take as I wish. Calamity Sword. Cut off the lover of worldly affairs. Calamity Sword. Mountain of corpses, sea of blood, everlasting incense. Three moves were unleashed together. This blood-stained ground once again turned into a slaughterhouse. All the dozens of people who surrounded him this time fell into pools of blood without exception. Chu Yang landed and staggered. His eyes looked disdainfully at the surroundings. Looking around, there was no one left standing for hundreds of feet. The former masters, the former glory and glory, had all turned into corpses under the unparalleled power of the Calamity Sword. You want the Calamity Sword? You deserve it? However, Chu Yang was also like a lamp that had run out of oil after this outburst. Qingwu, no matter in heaven or on earth, who can stop our reunion? He stood with his sword, panting, but gently closed his eyes. He was hoping that the song and dance in his mind would appear again, but it didn't. Chu Yang suddenly opened his eyes and growled. Why? Why not? Qingwu. In the distance, in three directions, three lights rose at the same time, transforming into three golden figures in the air, dazzling with insufferably arrogant arrogance. Illusory golden light, king of the land. This meant that three king-level martial artists had appeared. Chu Yang's pupils contracted, and he laughed bitterly. He looked at the three golden figures in the sky helplessly, his heart cold. He didn't expect that the other party's real killer move would only appear now. He was only a revered martial artist. Although he was only one level away from king level, this one level was the difference between heaven and earth. Three king-level martial artists. What a big move. Good sword technique. Worthy of being the poisonous sword revered martial artist. But in this upper three heavens, it is not a place where a mere poisonous sword revered martial artist like you can behave atrociously. One person said gently, "It's a pity that I can't have a fair fight with you." What a pity. Following the voice, the other two people appeared together. The three people, all wearing wide robes with large sleeves, came with the wind. Their postures were confident, their faces calm. Chu Yang's eyes were already a bit blurry, you three kings. Also want the Calamity Sword? Wrong. We don't want the Calamity Sword. We want you to die. The three smiled at the same time, with a dignified demeanor, but taking over the Calamity Sword is also an unexpected gain. A big gain. Chu Yang smiled coldly, straightened his back, and said proudly, "It's a pity that you don't understand the Calamity Sword. You will never get it." His eyes became resolute and resolute. He was already powerless to fight, but he could still make one last attack. Destroy. Destroy himself. Destroy the Calamity Sword. Destroy the enemy. With a flash of sword light, Chu Yang reversed the Calamity Sword and stabbed it into his own heart. His eyes looked at the three without the slightest emotion and shouted, "With my heart's blood, destroy 10,000 calamities. Calamity Sword Master, reverse heaven and earth." This was the only sword he could use to its full power. When he saw the sword technique, he knew that he could use this sword. But this sword needed to use his own life to activate it. Who would dare to use this sword technique? When this sword was used, the person would die. The Calamity Sword suddenly flashed fiercely, as if a sun had appeared out of nowhere. The sharp sword energy suddenly exploded violently, and the violent power actually pushed Chu Yang's entire body into the air. This was the Calamity Sword's ultimate move, using his own heart's blood to sacrifice his own soul, and then activating the sword's spirit. This was an absolute move to perish together with the enemy. This move could even kill opponents who were much stronger than himself by a few levels. It was the Calamity Sword's spirit that killed on its own accord, destroying everything. Retreat. The three king-level experts were shocked and quickly fled outside. Compared to the calmness they had when they came, it was thousands of miles away. That graceful and confident demeanor had long since disappeared without a trace. They never would have thought that this poisonous sword-revered martial artist could activate this move. With a boom, a blazing sword light rose up, illuminating the entire sky with a silvery white color. The three king-level experts didn't even have time to defend themselves. They didn't even have time to scream before they were turned into ashes. Even the golden shadows formed by their king-level strength were still flashing in the air, but their lives had already returned to nothingness. The attack of the Calamity Sword's sword spirit, within the range of its power, could even destroy the heavens and earth, let alone three king-level experts. Chu Yang suddenly felt that it was a little funny and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Could this be the secret of the Calamity Sword's invincibility? Then, what value did the continent's number one divine object have? But he faintly felt that it shouldn't be just that. But the true secret of the Calamity Sword, he already didn't have the chance to discover it. Chu Yang sighed. His body was in the air, and his eyes casually glanced around. But he discovered a person that he didn't think should appear here. In the distance, a white-clothed person was looking over here, dumbfounded, his face full of disbelief. Imo Tianji? Chu Yang's eyes widened, and he finally understood. Why was he ambushed when he was so secretive? Why were all his attacks accurately intercepted by someone? So it was him, the master of calculation and manipulation, Imo Tianji. No wonder he was defeated so badly. Chu Yang wanted to laugh bitterly. He wanted to laugh at himself. He wanted to. But in the end, he still didn't do anything. He had already lost all his strength, and he also didn't have time to think. Chu Yang's body slowly fell from the sky and slowly fell down. Like a withered autumn, he fell into the dust. His face carried a faint but warm smile, and he muttered, "Qing Wu, if there is a next life, I will dance with you under the heavens." Since death was unavoidable, then with the greatest passion and the strongest longing, he would embrace death, because there, his lover was there. Somehow, it seemed that in a vast and boundless land of pure white snow, snow was falling from the sky, and the earth was wrapped in silver. A graceful red figure was dancing lightly in this place, as if she was welcoming him, and also as if she was anxious for Chu Yang. He couldn't see her face clearly, but that gentle and affectionate look in her eyes, without any complaints or regrets, was so clear. That graceful dance became more and more intense, and the heaven and earth where she danced, was actually filled with a bleak coldness like fresh blood. In Chu Yang's heart, the sword tip of the Calamity Sword suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and it was actually so bright that it dazzled everyone's eyes. Chu Yang, who had already closed his eyes, seemed to hear an ethereal voice, with tiredness and joy, as if it had been waiting for thousands of years to be relieved of a heavy burden. It said softly, "Calamity has become nothing, and life and death are still at ease. The blue sky can still be mended. Why wait for the next life? Sigh, it's finally here." This voice, in just a few short words, seemed to have experienced countless changes, and was so distant and unreachable. Then, a dazzling light shot out from his heart and rose from the ground. It flashed in the sky, and suddenly scattered into a dazzling rainbow, illuminating the entire world. It made everyone who saw it open their eyes as if they were blind. But with just a flash, it soared into the sky, and then instantly disappeared without a trace. On the wind-thunder platform, the wind whimpered, as if it was weeping and complaining, as if it was still repeating Chu Yang's words. If there is a next life, if there is a next life, dance with you under the heavens. Chapter 2. Qing Wu. Chu Yang suddenly woke up. He hadn't even opened his eyes when he cried out in heartache. He only felt that his heart was twitching in pain. But his voice was so weak that it sounded like a groan. He almost couldn't hear it. Chu Yang was stunned as soon as he said this. I clearly saw Qing Wu coming to greet me. That familiar smile, that tenderness seeped into my bones. But what's going on? In front of his eyes, there were endless mountains and rocks. The setting sun on the horizon was like blood. Purple bamboos were fluttering in the wind. They were like purple clouds on the horizon, undulating in the breeze. There was also a pool of blood at his feet. A severe pain came from his head. He reached out and touched his hand. It was dark red. This mountain, these rocks, this scene, this injury, they were so familiar. Where is this? A voice that sounded like it was about to cry said in his ear, "Hey, you, don't scare me. I'm such a handsome person. I can't be scared." Chu Yang's heart was confused. He thought, am I really not dead? But who is this guy who is shouting in my ear? He's obviously scared to death. But he still hasn't forgotten to be narcissistic. Seeing that Chu Yang didn't respond, the person shouted again, "You're really not breathing?" Woo! This cry sounded like the whistle of a train. If someone heard it from afar, they would definitely think that it was the howl of a hungry wolf. His voice was loud and clear, lingering in the air. There was actually a faint echo. But the echo really became Wu, so talented. Chu Yang thought. He could also hear that this voice was indeed scared and sad. This couldn't be faked. But this voice was really unflattering. It seemed that God made a mistake when creating humans. He put a duck's voice on Chu Yang's body. Moreover, it was a male duck. After the completion, God felt that something was wrong. So, he made up for it and borrowed half of the wolf's voice. This voice was somewhat familiar. This voice was truly one of a kind. Chu Yang's heart quivered. Suddenly, memories from many years ago rushed into his mind. I'm just practicing my staff technique. You can't be knocked back by my staff just like that, right? That voice was trembling, obviously scared out of his wits. They hit you so many times and you were fine. Why did you blame me after I hit you once? This is so fucking unfair. Could it be that you're jealous of my good looks and deliberately set me up? Chu Yang was speechless. What kind of person was this? She was actually complaining. It was fine if she was complaining. After all, no one wanted to encounter such a situation, right? But even when he was complaining, he didn't forget to praise himself. Narcissism to this extent was already shocking enough to make ghosts and gods weep. He groaned, and finally opened his eyes with great difficulty. He really could not continue lying down. Even though Chu Yang was the poisonous sword-revered martial artist of his generation, he still could not endure such sounds. Such a mixture of the somewhat hoarse voice of a duck and the vocal cords of a wolf that had been starved for a long time. Not to mention a human, even a tiger, would collapse after hearing it for a long time. Wake up, waha, I knew it. You were stunned by my handsomeness and didn't faint. That voice continued to wreak havoc in Chu Yang's ears. I was wondering why you were staring at my face without letting go in the middle of a fight. So that's why. Chu Yang frowned. His head was still in great pain. He softly shouted, "Shut up." He really could not take it anymore. If you say 2 more words, I'll just stab my own heart twice. Anyway, I'm already a person who has died once, and I still have to suffer the torture of your terrifying voice. Is there still justice in this? Even death does not allow me to have peace. What kind of world is this? Even though his voice was low, it was filled with majesty. That dense aura of the poisonous sword revered martial artist was invisibly emitted. That fellow who was chattering incessantly was intimidated by the severity contained within those 2 short words. He was actually stunned, unable to speak. Chu Yang fiercely opened his eyes, but felt that the sunlight was dazzling in front of him. In an instant, he saw stars in front of his eyes. He could only close his eyes again, and then slowly open them again. What appeared in front of him was a person's face. Yes, it was that dear friend who kept on praising himself as handsome and dashing. That's right. In this place, other than him and Chu Yang, there was no third person. But when Chu Yang saw his face, a sense of familiarity instantly welled up in his heart. At the same time, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. The word handsome and dashing was actually used on this person, and he felt that it was a waste of a heavenly gift. This face was definitely not ugly. His eyes were big, his nose was straight, his mouth was small, and his eyebrows were also 2 sword-like eyebrows. His face was fair, neither fat nor thin. But the most bizarre thing was that although his eyes were big and full of spirit, the distance between his eyes was a little too big. One of his eyes was almost next to his left ear, and the other was next to his right ear. His eyebrows were naturally 2 sword-like eyebrows, but they were 2 swords. One sword pierced the blue dome of heaven, and the other sword cut through hell. The directions were actually completely opposite. His nose was also very straight, but this nose was a bit too straight. The root of his nose was like a transverse mountain range, and it actually separated his 2 eyes. It was like a galaxy, and separated the cowherd and the weaver girl from afar. With such eyes, even if he were to be cross-eyed, it would be quite difficult. His mouth was also very small, and even very rosy, but a real small cherry mouth on a big man's face, especially on such a big man's face. It really looked like a dish, a piece of snow-white tofu, and a red cherry placed on top of it, with such an appearance. To say that he had a personality, this was already indescribable. It was simply too much of a personality. It should be unique in the world. Who could find such a person? Well, Chu Yang felt that he could simply worship the person who found it. This was too difficult. Tan Tan? Chu Yang's whole body was aching terribly. In his mind, there seemed to be several knives fiercely stirring. His head felt like it was about to explode, but he tried his best to control it. He revealed a gentle smile. Tan Tan, you are still so talkative and narcissistic. You are super out of tune. This person was Chu Yang's childhood friend, junior martial brother Tan Tan. Tan as in conversation, Tan as in the epiphyllum. This name really made people feel very emotional. Tan Tan, Chu Yang's best friend. Both of them were orphans, or it could be said that they were abandoned. They were picked up and raised by their master. When Chu Yang was 10 years old, Tan Tan went out, and suddenly news of his death came. Until now, Chu Yang still didn't know why Tan Tan died at that time. Who was the enemy? He investigated for a long time, but he still didn't have the slightest bit of information. Tan Tan's death at that time had an extremely big impact on Chu Yang. It made his originally eccentric character become even more eccentric and silent. Just now, when he closed his eyes and heard this voice, Chu Yang was already sure. He opened his eyes and swept a glance. Almost in an instant, he knew where he was now. This place was really too familiar. Beyond the Heavens Sect, Back Mountain, Purple Bamboo Forest. This scene was when he was 10 years old. He and Tan Tan were comparing stick techniques. He was suddenly distracted, and Tan Tan didn't have time to retract his stick and knocked him unconscious. Could it be that he had returned to the time when he was 10 years old? But how is this possible? Chu Yang looked around. After looking around again, he finally confirmed that he had indeed been reborn. He had returned to the time when he was 10 years old. This kind of completely impossible thing was actually happening to him at this moment. Even with Chu Yang's tenacious nerves, he was suddenly surprised and stunned. If everything starts from the beginning, how much of my life should I not let go? Now, do I really have to start from the beginning? Chu Yang stared blankly for a long while. Then, he regained his composure. He took a deep breath and suppressed the boiling emotions in his heart. His face flushed red, and he felt his heart beating so intensely that it almost jumped out of his chest. He turned his head and carefully examined his lost and recovered brother. Chu Yang's eyes emitted strong emotions. His voice was somewhat hoarse, but he still teased, "Tan Tan, I finally know the truth behind your abandonment back then." Indeed, if such a guy hadn't been frightened to the point of flying out of one's hand, one's nerves would have been tenacious. Tan Tan embarrassedly scratched his head. He even somewhat bashfully said, "The reason should be that I'm too handsome. And the reason you were abandoned, I guess it's because you're too ugly." Chu Yang rolled his eyes. He suddenly had an impulse to hit someone and laugh at the same time. He remembered that he had been lying in bed for half a month because of this injury. It wasn't until later that he found out that he hadn't lost during the sparring session. Instead, he had been poisoned. His entire body had been paralyzed at a certain time. The person who had poisoned him hadn't only targeted him. His original plan had been to let Tan Tan beat him to death with a stick. Then, Tan Tan would have been finished. Sparring with each other was a common thing in the sect, but killing someone was a big deal. So, it was certain that Tan Tan would have been expelled from the sect. However, the person who had poisoned him hadn't thought that Tan Tan's martial power would have surpassed his, even though he and Tan Tan were evenly matched on the surface. Tan Tan had kept some of his strength when he had fought with him. He hadn't been able to retract his hand in time at the most critical moment, but he had been able to reduce the strength of the stick by more than half. So, he had only been lightly injured. Tan Tan and himself had 3 younger brothers under his master's wing. The person who had poisoned him was eldest brother. Sure, Qin Shan. A biting cold light flashed in Chu Yang's eyes. He silently recited these 3 words in his heart. Sure, Qin, Shan. His complexion suddenly became as austere as the cold winter. In fact, it was getting colder and colder. A faint murderous aura was floating around his body. Tan Tan was right beside him. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt a bone-piercing cold in this scorching summer. He couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 3. Because at this time, Master received a spring and autumn pill from the sect. Spring and autumn pill, as the name suggests, could increase 1 year's pure martial power. This was the reward that Master received for completing the sect's mission. He remembered that Master once said that it would be useless for him to take this pill again. Therefore, he wanted to choose one of the 3 brothers to take. Spring and autumn pill. Chu Yang felt a wave of sorrow. This kind of trash that no one would pick up even if thrown away in the upper 3 heavens became the reason for eldest martial brother to frame the 2 of them. He remembered that in his previous life, this spring and autumn pill was obtained by eldest martial brother Shi Qian Shan. Tan Tan had died in an accident. She had gone to pay her respects to Tan Tan once, but she had inadvertently seen eldest senior brother there. Moreover, eldest senior brother had spoken of this matter in front of Tan Tan's tombstone, and she had eavesdropped. Only then did she know that eldest senior brother, whom she and Tan Tan had always respected, was such a despicable person. Thinking about this, Chu Yang sighed in his heart. In his previous life, he and Tan Tan were so stupid. Shi Qian Shan had a thin figure and looked very refined. He was 23 or 24 years old. Usually, he treated Chu Yang and Tan Tan extremely well. Usually, this eldest martial brother seemed to be closer than a biological brother. But he did not expect that all of this was fake. From the beginning to the end, he had been using Chu Yang and Tan Tan. His usual disguise was all to step on the 2 of them at the crucial moment and monopolize the sect's cultivation resources. Why did Shi Qian Shan do this? Chu Yang also knew the reason. He was using every possible means to enter the inner sect of Beyond the Heavens sect and obtain the qualifications of an inner sect disciple. Then, he would become the eldest martial brother of all the inner sect disciples of Beyond the Heavens sect and enter Beyond the Heavens sect's Seven Shades congregation ground. As long as he could enter that place, he would be the next sect master. In the history of Beyond the Heavens sect, only one person could enter. Shi Qianshan had a fanatical pursuit of power and influence. In his eyes, in order to achieve his goal, he would not hesitate to sacrifice everything. Chu Yang and the other two were in the outer area of Beyond the Heavens sect. According to common sense, it was absolutely impossible for them to enter the inner sect. If Shi Qianshan wanted to enter, he would have to distinguish himself in the sect's competition again and again until the end. This was also the method of Beyond the Heavens sect to encourage the disciples to improve. Therefore, although this spring and autumn pill could only increase one's cultivation by a year, to these young disciples, a year's worth of cultivation was enough to leave their fellow disciples in the dust. In his previous life, Shi Qianshan succeeded. From his current status as an outer disciple, he had climbed up step by step. Finally, he had entered the inner sect and gained the qualifications to compete for the position of the eldest senior. But 4 years later, for some unknown reason, Beyond the Heavens sect was suddenly besieged and annihilated by the joint forces of various great sections. Chu Yang had fainted due to his serious injuries. He was buried under a pile of corpses. By the time he woke up, 3 days had already passed. At that time, the entire Beyond the Heavens sect was ablaze with raging flames. It had not yet finished burning. The main building of Beyond the Heavens sect, after burning intensely for 3 days, finally collapsed completely. Chu Yang, who was unable to move at that time, was almost smashed into the ground. But after the collapse, deep in the foundation, the tip of a sword was revealed, shining brightly. It was as if he was being tempted by the devil. It was the first sword tip of the Calamity Sword. Chu Yang had gotten lucky and obtained the sword tip of the Calamity Sword. From then on, he had begun his rise, and at that time, he was already 20 years old. And that collapsed foundation, in Chu Yang's memory, was the location of the Seven Shades congregation of Beyond the Heavens sect, the place that Shi Qianshan wanted to enter even in his dreams. Chu Yang's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He muttered, "This Seven Shades congregation, Shi Qianshan, in this life, is mine." Since he had been reborn, since he had been brought forward by 4 years, how could he waste these 4 years? He must obtain the Calamity Sword in advance. And to obtain the Calamity Sword, he must enter the inner sect, obtain the qualifications of the eldest senior, and then enter the Seven Shades congregation. Other than this, there was no other way. "What did you say?" Chu Yang's voice was extremely low. Tan did not hear him at all. He only saw his lips move a little and could not help but ask. "I said, this sky is really blue. This ground is really thick. This purple bamboo is really beautiful. This flower is really fragrant. Tan, you look really handsome." "Huh?" Chu Yang suddenly jumped up and laughed loudly. His laughter was clear and melodious, spreading far and wide. At this moment, Chu Yang's heart was filled with excitement. All the regrets from the previous life would be made up for in this life. "Qingwu, wait for me. In this life, I will not let you down. I want you to know that you are more beautiful than the sword. I want you to know that in this world, you are the most beautiful. You are the most beautiful. Tan, my good brother, I will not let you die again. Emotianji, just you wait. The peak of the heavenly path, I, Chu Yang, will ascend. Go. Hey, I do look handsome, but this sky, this earth, this purple bamboo, what is there to look at? It is really crazy." Tan rolled his eyes. One of his eyebrows was like the sky, while the other was like the ground, as he muttered, "Chu Yang, Tan, are you here?" Along with a burst of hearty laughter, a young man in green flashed out from the purple bamboo forest. He had a thin body, a thin face, and a pair of eyes that were not big, but were very spirited. "Shi Qianshan." Chu Yang immediately turned his head and calmly looked at this gentle, smiling face. He clearly saw that deep in Shi Qianshan's eyes, there was a trace of disappointment and annoyance. This was the annoyance that came from seeing Chu Yang safe and sound. Damn it, why is he not dead? But then, Shi Qianshan's face revealed an angry expression, and he shouted, "What are you doing? Chu Yang, what is going on with your head? Didn't I tell you long ago that in a spar between martial brothers, you should stop when it's appropriate? Using so much strength, Tan Tan, do you want to beat Chu Yang to death?" Tan Tan looked at Shi Qianshan with some fear. His face was full of shame. He opened his mouth and said, "Eldest martial brother, it's my fault. My handsomeness shocked Chu Yang. He was stunned." Chu Yang was speechless. You guys, you really don't let me be at ease." Shi Qianshan sighed in disappointment. "When will you let me and my master be at ease? You are already so old, yet you still act like a child." As he said this, he quickly walked over with a face full of concern. In the process of walking, he had already torn off a piece of his underwear. He came in front of Chu Yang and said with a face full of pity, "Does it hurt? Don't move, I will bandage it for you. Don't move, and don't run around these few days, lest the wind gets into the wound." She carefully wiped Chu Yang's blood with her lapel. Then, she bandaged Chu Yang's wounds. She used her strength to gently bandage Chu Yang's wounds. Finally, she felt relieved. She let out a sigh and said, "Alas, if Master sees this, he will definitely blame me for not taking good care of my two junior martial brothers." "Eldest martial brother, we were wrong," Tantan said uncomfortably. "I am sorry. When I fight with him in the future, I will just cover my face." "What are you sorry for?" "Sigh, such a big wound. If it was on your body, would it hurt?" Shi Qianshan said angrily, "You are sorry for Chu Yang." Regarding Tantan's narcissism, Shi Qianshan's eyes revealed a trace of disdain. Such an ugly person could actually be narcissistic to this extent? It was really unimaginable. When Shi Qianshan spoke, every word sounded as if it came from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, his eyes did not shrink back and looked straight into the other's eyes. His eyes were magnanimous, and with one look, it was clear that he had an open mind. Everything he did was from the bottom of his heart. Yes, Tan Tan nodded repeatedly, and his face was full of guilt and shame. Under the eldest martial brother's concerned questioning, he felt so ashamed that he could not show his face. Helplessly touching his face, he sighed sadly. He felt that he was so handsome that it could move the heavens and move the earth. It was really an unforgivable thing that could bring disaster to the country and the people. Chu Yang sighed in his heart. This Shi Qianshan, no matter if it was his expression, his actions, or his tone, they were all so sincere, without any flaws. If he had not been reborn, he would definitely have been deceived by him. No wonder this person was able to stand out from the outer sect disciples in his previous life, and rise up to the top until he finally competed for the position of eldest martial brother. If Beyond the Heavens sect had not been destroyed, Chu Yang could be sure that the position of eldest martial brother in the inner sect would have been in Shi Qianshan's pocket. This kind of ability to say one thing in front of others and another behind others' back was really rare. It was simply flawless. Others would never know what he was thinking in his heart. No wonder in his previous life, after entering the inner sect, he was able to win the heart of Wu Qianqian, the daughter of Wu Yinliang. Wu Qianqian was known as the #1 beauty of Beyond the Heavens sect. How many people pursued her? However, Shi Qianshan's appearance was not outstanding, but he quietly captured the heart of this proud daughter of heaven. At that time, when this matter was spread, the entire Beyond the Heavens sect was shocked. But now Chu Yang knew that this was not a coincidence. Shi Qianshan, he could do it. However, in this life, if Shi Qianshan wanted to easily do it again, it would be difficult. Because, in front of him, there was still Chu Yang. All his schemes, in front of Chu Yang, existed in name only. "Let's go. Follow me back to recuperate." Shi Qianshan attentively helped Chu Yang up. Chu Yang smiled, and just as he was about to take a step, he was suddenly startled. From his dantian, there was a feeling of extreme hunger. Or it could be said that it was a very, very urgent feeling. Chu Yang was suddenly startled. What was going on? Hunger should also be related to the stomach, right? Or the stomach was uncomfortable. Why was his dantian also hungry? That kind of feeling came like a tide, and his dantian was also like a boiling pot. Even with Chu Yang's willpower, he still could not bear it. Chu Yang could not bear it. His mind was immersed, and he used his martial power to look inside himself. With one look, Chu Yang almost cried out in surprise. In his dantian, there was actually an illusory shadow of a small sword. Its color was dim, and it was only the size of a finger. On the sword's body, there were clearly 8 cracks. This sword shape was a bit strange, but to Chu Yang, it was incomparably familiar. Although it was old, it was just an illusory shadow, and it had a trace of heaven and earth swallowing domineering aura. Isn't this the Calamity Sword? Why is it in my dantian? For a moment, Chu Yang was stunned. His body swayed, and he almost fell down. Chapter 4. Chu Yang sensed it carefully. Sure enough, after a short while, the dim disaster sword in his dantian once again sent out a strong sense of summoning. It was as if a starving baby was kicking its legs and crying for milk. Chu Yang sweated because of this feeling in his heart. He really didn't know where this ridiculous feeling came from. When his thoughts came into contact with it, the dim disaster sword shadow sent out a faint resistance and curiosity. It was like a baby looking at him with innocent eyes. There was longing, unfamiliarity, and expectation in its eyes. Chu Yang's heart was filled with tenderness for no reason. He gently wrapped his thoughts around it. This time, the sword shadow only resisted slightly before it let go of its guard. When his thoughts came into contact with it, Chu Yang also understood where this thing came from. This wasn't the disaster sword. To be exact, this was the sword spirit of the disaster sword, or rather, the sword intent. When he used the move of destruction, he pierced the disaster sword into his heart. His blood poured in and stimulated the sword spirit. It was also the beginning of the biggest secret of the disaster sword, and it was this activated sword soul that, for some reason, brought him back to his youth. The last move of the disaster sword was a forbidden move: to die together with the enemy, and to kill oneself first before killing the enemy. Only someone with such a resolute will would be able to unleash such a technique. What Chu Yang didn't know was that this was one of the mysteries of the disaster sword. All the previous masters of the disaster sword only cultivated according to the path of the sword. They didn't get the recognition of the disaster sword, because if they completely cultivated themselves as a sword, then what would they get? The sword was emotionless. So, under such a drive, they naturally chose the emotionless way of the sword. So, all the previous masters of the disaster sword were just sword slaves. Even Chu Yang's previous life was just a sword slave. A sword slave. It was the sword that used people, not the people using the sword. But Chu Yang used the last move, using my blood to destroy the disaster sword. Other than Chu Yang, no one who had obtained the Calamity Sword had ever dared to use this move. When they reached the end of their lifespan or were accidentally killed, the Calamity Sword would automatically disintegrate and return to its fragmented state. It would be scattered all over the continent, quietly waiting for its true master. It would look forward to the day when it could reach the peak of the Calamity Sword's glory and open its true divine destiny. Therefore, Chu Yang's desperate last move led to the complete activation of the Sword Soul, and it entered his dantian. And from then on, the number one divine object of the heavens continent had a real master. Therefore, it accepted Chu Yang so easily. It could be said that other than the creator of Calamity Sword, Chu Yang was its first owner. He was the true master of the Calamity Sword. This was what it meant to fight for survival after putting one's life on the line. From this moment on, Chu Yang clearly knew that he would embark on a completely different path from his previous life. Right now, the sword soul of Calamity Sword was like a crying baby waiting to be laid. It urgently needed the nourishment of the fragments of Calamity Sword and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This urgent emotion was also urging Chu Yang to find the fragment of the Calamity Sword, find the nourishment that the Calamity Sword needed. Chu Yang's mind sank into his dantian and used his mind to wrap around the dim sword soul, wholeheartedly comforting it. After a while, the Calamity Sword spirit seemed to feel Chu Yang's sincerity and slowly calmed down. Although it was still somewhat unwilling, it no longer called out that longing. It was like a child who couldn't get its favorite toy, but was sensible enough to not force a fuss. It just pouted, with tears in its eyes, and looked at its parents with grievance. This Calamity Sword spirit was like a child, and it made people want to love it tenderly. Chu Yang felt a burst of pity in his heart. In fact, he even felt a sense of shame in his heart. Controlling his excitement, he let out a long sigh. When he opened his eyes, he saw Shi Shan in front of him looking at him. Deep in his eyes, there was actually a trace of excitement. He must have thought that Chu Yang's abnormality was caused by his injuries. Seeing Chu Yang open his eyes, the excitement in his eyes disappeared, and he asked with concern, "Junior brother Chu, what happened to you?" "It's nothing. It's just that I suddenly wanted to fart, but considering that you were right in front of me, I didn't have the nerve to do it, so I used a lot of strength to hold it back." Chu Yang looked at Shi Shan meaningfully and said seriously, Shi Shan's face changed, and he said embarrassedly, "This is very uncomfortable." For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. Should he persuade him to let it out, or should he just hold it in? It didn't seem to be appropriate. Tan burst into laughter on one side. However, he felt that it was inappropriate. So, he didn't dare to laugh out loud. Moreover, his voice was very unique. So, the sound of his laughter was as dull as a fart. Shi Shan felt nauseous, and he almost vomited. Chu Yang laughed in his heart. He seemed to feel that his mentality was quietly changing, and it seemed to be different from his previous life. All of his regrets had a chance to make up for them. His mentality would naturally become excited and peaceful. In his previous life, he only got the Calamity Sword's sword tip 4 years later. And in his entire life, he didn't know that the Calamity Sword actually had such a sword spirit. Step by step, he walked towards the house in the purple bamboo forest. Chu Yang's thoughts also seemed to be on the road, continuously completing a transformation. That house only existed in his memories. With every step he took, he felt his soul tremble, and then a brand new mood and understanding would rise from his heart. Slowly, his heart was filled with longing. That house had his own master, the person he respected the most in his life. Since he had returned to 10 years old, then no matter if it was rebirth or something else, he was no longer the poisonous sword revered martial artist. He was now Chu Yang, a young man, a weak young man. Before he grew up, on this continent, there were countless people who could kill him. If he still thought of himself as the revered martial artist of his previous life, in a situation where his strength did not match, then he would die very quickly. Only Chu Yang knew that revered martial artists could be awe-inspiring in the lower 3 heavens, but in the upper 3 heavens, their hands and feet were bound, and they needed to be careful. And in the upper 3 heavens, there was nothing great about it. The only way was to forget all the glory of his previous life and start from the beginning. Step by step, continuously climbing to the peak, that was the right way. Then, the first step was to become the senior disciple of the Beyond the Heavens sect in the shortest amount of time, enter the Serene grounds, and obtain the first fragment of the Calamity Sword's sword tip. The road of this life, one could imagine, would definitely be much more exciting than his previous life. Chapter 5. Beyond the Heavens Sect, First Garden Peak. The 10 great brothers of the 7th generation of Beyond the Heavens Sect were in charge of Cloud Gathering Peak, Cloud Mist Peak, Vast Cloud Peak, Cloud Opening Peak, Cloud Gathering Peak, Cloud Locking Peak, Dream Cloud Peak, Cloud Resentment Peak, Cloud Treading Peak, and Purple Bamboo Garden. Gathering Clouds Peak was the peak where Wu Yunliang resided. It was the main peak of the peaks. The first garden was Chu Yang's Purple Bamboo Garden. Although the scenery of the Purple Bamboo Garden was the most beautiful, its resources were at the bottom of the list. The master of the Purple Bamboo Garden, Meng Chaoran, was the youngest junior martial brother of the 10 great brothers. He was indifferent and stood aloof from worldly affairs. He had never fought with his senior martial brother for anything. Throughout his life, He had only accepted Shi Qianshan, Chu Yang, and Tan Tan as his 3 younger brothers. Other than Shi Qianshan, who had no choice but to accept them, Chu Yang and Tan Tan were orphans that Ming Chao Ran had picked up. Every generation of disciples would choose 10 disciples from the inner court disciples to be the helmsman of each peak. Among the 10 brothers, the eldest martial brother was the future candidate for the sect master of Beyond the Heavens sect. He occupied the Gathering Clouds peak. Whether it was in terms of spirit medicine resources or the density of spirit energy, Gathering Clouds peak was at the top. The disciples of the first peak garden had been fighting with each other for hundreds of years for the position of the 10 great brothers. Everyone had worked hard to cultivate for these 10 positions. Under such encouragement and pressure, the cultivation of the disciples of Beyond the Heavens sect also advanced by leaps and bounds. This world was called the Chongtian continent. Beyond the Heavens sect was located in the lower 3 heavens. It was also known as the lower sky continent. In the eyes of ordinary people, there were a few mysterious places in the lower sky continent that were covered in clouds and mist all year round. No matter if it was humans, animals, or even birds, none of them were able to approach these places. Only some martial art practitioners with high cultivations knew that this was the entrance to the lower 3 heavens. In the 3 heavens, there was also such a mysterious place. It was the entrance to the upper 3 heavens. If you want to enter, you must have the power to transcend the world you are in. The Chongtian continent, as the name suggested, was a huge continent. From east to west, no one knew how far it was. From south to north, no one knew how far it was. Vast and boundless. On this vast continent, there were countless legends and myths that were passed down from generation to generation. Since ancient times, there had been countless emperors, generals, and ministers, and heroes. Today I drink red wine and watch singing and dancing. In the Ming Dynasty I am a prisoner on death row. Today's emperor might not necessarily be tomorrow's defeated general, a ghost under the blade of the saber. Today he was a bandit, who said that in the future he would not wear a yellow robe and face the south with his back to the north as an overlord. On this mystical continent, anything could happen. Just like any other continent or planet, there were borders outside of the imperial court. There were also wanderers and Jianghu people. As long as there was Jianghu, there would be pros and cons, and there would be good and evil. Righteous and evil could not coexist, and the conflicts between them were endless. In the long struggle, each of them had formed their own system of cultivation method and code of conduct. Sometimes, they would fight until the sky and earth were turned upside down, and sometimes they would live in peace for hundreds of years. The affairs of the world were always so mysterious. Regardless of whether they were righteous, evil, or demonic, in the eyes of the common people, there was a common name: martial artists. Chivalry used martial arts to break the law. No matter what world it was the same principle. Martial, this word, contained a myriad of meanings. The most memorable thing about it was none other than the word violence. A single word of disagreement would cause blood to flow within 7 steps. That was martial arts. Riding on horseback with one saber in hand and establishing one's career is martial arts. Unrestrained jianghu, killing and robbing, that was martial arts. Martial arts, colorful and full of disputes. Other than humans, there were also some mysterious races in this world. For example, heaven, earth, human, and 3 stars divine clan. It was said that many years ago, they had a period of glory and had special talents and abilities. They had also once competed with humans for hegemony, but they had fallen a long, long time ago. Perhaps there were other races, but those were even more elusive than legends, at least, in Chu Yang's previous life. The number of them he had seen could be counted on one hand, and they were all low-level divine clans. As for high-level ones, he had not seen a single one. He did not know if they were completely extinct or hidden in some place. As for human martial artists, no matter which path they were in, whether they were righteous or evil, fingers, palms, legs, feet, fists, sabers, swords, and so on, they were all from disciple, warrior, master, grandmaster, revered, king, emperor, monarch, saint, and finally, the supreme one was supreme. There were 11 ranks. and each rank was divided into 1-to-1 grade. Fist and palm martial arts were collectively called martial arts. Martial disciple, martial warrior, martial artist, martial master, martial great master, martial revered, martial king, martial emperor, martial monarch, and martial saint. In terms of saber, it was saber disciple, saber warrior, and saber saint. Only the way of sword was the same at the beginning, but at the emperor level, it was emperor. This was the rule of the first tribulation sword master, and no one knew why. At the saint level, it was basically the pinnacle of the world, because from ancient times until now, there were very few who could become supreme. It could be said that the supreme was a myth. It was said that at the supreme level, one could call the wind and summon the rain, roam the horizon, move mountains, fill the sea, and shatter the void. But legends were just legends. No one had ever seen it with their own eyes. Even saint-level experts had always been elusive and elusive. Very few people had seen it. For many years, only the emperor level ruled the world. In the monarch de Sin's domain, the beyond the heavens sect that Chu Yang was in now was the lower three heavens. In the heaven continent, it was the only place that could rule this space with secular imperial power. In the lower three heavens, imperial power was supreme. You three, come in. Wearing a purple robe, Meng Chao Ran stood at the entrance of the purple bamboo garden. Seeing the wound on Chu Yang's head, he only frowned slightly, and then returned to his carefree appearance. Master, the two junior martial brothers lost in the exchange. Junior martial brother Chu Yang lost a lot of blood this time. I hope that Master can bestow some elixirs to lessen junior martial brother Chu Yang's pain. Shi Qianshan said somewhat urgently. His eyes and face were full of concern. His words were full of concern for his junior martial brother, as if there was no other meaning. He also did not deliberately emphasize some sensitive words. But this sentence was tantamount to giving Tan Tan a hard look in front of Meng Chao Ran. No matter. Meng Chao Ran did not know whether he did not hear it or was indifferent. He said lightly, "It is a good thing for young people to suffer some pain. As long as it does not endanger your life, why be so nervous?" Chu Yang looked at the elegant face in front of him, and a warm feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. An impulse rose in his heart, and he almost wanted to rush forward and hug him. Master was both a teacher and a father. It was true. As an orphan, Chu Yang was raised by Meng Chao Ran. In his heart, Master was the person he respected the most. No matter what he achieved in the future, even when he became a revered martial artist, Master would always be the warmth in his heart. This master of his looked harmless and stood aloof from worldly affairs. But there was nothing in the world that could not be seen in front of his eyes. His meticulousness was unimaginable. Meng Chao Ran, who had never revealed his strength, carried a power that no one could imagine. Chu Yang still remembered that 4 years later, when Beyond the Heavens sect faced a catastrophe, Meng Chao Ran's white robe fluttered in the wind. One man, one sword, one man, one heroic figure in the raging inferno. Countless enemies screamed miserably and died under his sword. He could have easily broken out of the encirclement and escaped, but he kept guarding here until the sect became a piece of scorched earth. At that time, Chu Yang knew that his master Meng Chao Ran, a man who could not be more low-key in Beyond the Heavens sect, was actually one of the most tyrannical people in Beyond the Heavens sect. His cultivation had already reached the martial great master realm, even close to revered martial artist. At the last moment, Meng Chao Ran found the heavily injured but not dead Chu Yang. He floated over and knocked him unconscious. Then, Chu Yang felt himself being crushed by countless corpses. That was undoubtedly the only way for Master to protect himself. But after that, Chu Yang never saw Meng Chao Ran again, nor did he hear any news about him. In his previous life, finding traces of his master was a mission that he would always remember in his heart. Finding his master, protecting his master, and repaying his master was also his wish. But he never found his master. This became an eternal regret in his heart. At this moment, seeing this familiar face again, he could not help but have mixed feelings in his heart. In 3 months, it will be the great competition of the peaks. Meng Chao Ran's words interrupted Chu Yang's thoughts. He only heard him say, The three of you need to practice harder. See who can enter the inner sect and become an inner sect disciple. This is a grand occasion for Beyond the Heavens sect. Do not slack off.
Yes.
The three of them agreed at the same time. Beyond the Heavens sect is different from other sections. The master of the single peak has always been an inner sect disciple. I also hope that one of you can become one of the 10 great disciples and inherit Purple Bamboo Garden. Meng Chao Ran smiled freely and said, "But if you can't, don't force it. I will take you away from Purple Bamboo Garden and find a place to live in seclusion." Chu Yang smiled bitterly in his heart. This master of his was still so carefree. He did not care about anything. For such a big event, anyone else would have risked their lives, but in his heart, he did not care about it at all. I will definitely not disappoint Master's expectations. Shi Qianshan's eyes became fervent, and he vowed solemnly. Yes, I have something to do, so I need to go out. Meng Chaoran said calmly. Maybe I will return after the great competition. You just need to practice harder. The three of them were stunned at the same time. The great competition was coming, which master of the other peaks was not urging their disciples to practice martial arts. Their master actually went out at such a critical time, completely letting go and not asking about it. Master, please be careful. Since Master has decided to go out at such a critical time, then it must be something important that cannot be delayed. Chu Yang thought for a while and said slowly, Heaven and earth do not move, and the stone does not turn. The future is long. Just like what you taught us just now, we can't force anything. We only hope that Master will return safely, and we do not ask for anything else. Chu Yang faintly remembered that Meng Chaoran would not return until half a year later. Moreover, he would return with serious injuries, and it would take him more than a year to recover. With his martial great master strength, he was already considered an expert in the lower three heavens. There were very few people who could injure him. The only possibility was that he was besieged by many enemies, or he went to the lower three heavens. Heaven and earth do not move, and the stone does not turn. Meng Chaoran's body suddenly shook, as if a thunderbolt had suddenly struck his head. He was stunned for a moment. After a long time, he turned around and looked at Chu Yang with a strange light in his eyes. Among the three disciples, Shi Qianshan was obsessed with power and coveted the position of the inner sect's eldest disciple. Tan Tan was young and ignorant. Only Chu Yang realized that this time, not only was he going to do something important, it would also be dangerous. Moreover, the words that he said had a deep meaning. But the most important thing was that sentence, heaven and earth do not move, and the stone does not turn. It actually faintly touched the bottleneck that he had been cultivating for many years. Chu Yang secretly smiled. Master, don't blame me for stopping you. I am doing this for your own good. In my previous life, you went out this time and suffered a fatal injury before barely escaping. This shows that your strength is still not enough to do that thing. It is better to cultivate for a while. This sentence, heaven and earth do not move, and the stone does not turn, was the formula to break through the bottleneck of the martial great master realm. As long as one's strength reached the peak of martial great master, one would face a bottleneck. One would need to have an epiphany to break through. And this sentence, heaven and earth do not move, and the stone does not turn, was a kind of realm. Only a martial great master who had reached such a subtle level would be able to understand the beauty of this sentence. How could Meng Chaoran be an exception? Originally, I wanted to reveal the burden bit by bit, but then I thought about how the previous two books were like this. Moreover, if I revealed a little bit, it would be easy to create the effect of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I might as well say it in advance. I just realized that I was at a disadvantage. Out of habit, I updated a few chapters according to the VIP chapter's word count. Only then did I realize that the word count had increased by so much. Tomorrow is Monday, a very important day. I will officially break through the rankings at dawn. Everyone, please leave your votes and support our proud world. All the way. Please bookmark me. Please recommend me. Please click me. Please comment me. Every click and recommendation, every bookmark, and every comment you give me is my greatest motivation. They are all the strength that supports me to move forward. I am on the net, proud of the heavens. I respectfully await everyone to charge and break through the enemy lines with me and fight in Jianghu. Brothers and sisters, I need your strength. In this boundless world, who can be proud? Brothers and sisters of the proud world army, come. Leave your names here. Leave the footprints of our battle. Heaven's imperial court, engrave our glory. Chapter 6. This sentence shook Meng Ran like an earthquake. It was just a simple sentence, but it completely ruined his plan. Once the bottleneck loosened, if he could not break through in one go, then the next time he tried, even if he used twice as much strength, he might not be able to break through. With his state of mind shaken, even if Meng Ran wanted to leave, he could not. I can't leave for now. I need to go into seclusion for a while. Meng Ran looked at Chu Yang for a while. Seeing that Chu Yang's expression was normal, as if what he said just now was unintentional, he smiled helplessly. Just now he said he wanted to leave, but then he said he could not leave. This kind of change of heart was the easiest thing to despise, but Meng Ran did not seem to have any scruples and said it so calmly. It was as if this kind of thing was very normal. Oh, right. This spring and autumn pill, Chu Yang should take it. Meng Ran smiled and threw over a small jade bottle. Qian Shan said just now that Chu Yang's injury needs to be nourished. Use this to make up for it. His smile seemed to contain a hint of mockery, and it was very meaningful. Sure, Qian Shan's expression changed greatly. The spring and autumn pill was used to increase one's power. How could it be used to nourish the blood and the body? There were so many healing medicines in the sect. Why should he use the spring and autumn pill? His words were only to make his master have a bad impression of these two junior brothers. How could it be that he overreached himself and caused the spring and autumn pill to disappear? How could he say this? Chu Yang sensitively saw the hint of ridicule in the corner of Meng Ran's mouth. He could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. It seems that this Shi Qian Shan's schemes were all in my master's eyes. But why did he never stop it? And this time, he gave me the spring and autumn pill because of my words. Heaven and earth do not move. The stone does not turn. However, this master of his was really able to keep his composure and didn't ask anything. After thinking for a while, Chu Yang decided to test it out. Master, my power is still weak. Even if I took the spring and autumn pill, it would be useless. Why don't you give it to senior brother? It would be good to get a good ranking in the great competition of the peaks. This sentence was to test whether Meng Ran knew Shi Qian Shan's true identity. Tan's eyebrows twitched up and down as soon as he heard these words. He wished that he could block Chu Yang's mouth. In fact, he almost scolded him. Idiot, idiot, idiot. Master gave it to you with great difficulty. You should have just quietly made a fortune. How can you be so stupid as to give it away? Shi Qian Shan's face also revealed a trace of anticipation. The three of them looked at Meng Ran at the same time. Tan's gaze was anxious. Shi Qian Shan's gaze was filled with apprehension, anticipation, and even a trace of greed. Chu Yang's gaze was calm. That's not necessary. Your eldest senior brother isn't injured. He doesn't need this. Meng Ran insipidly said. He met Chu Yang's gaze and smiled. Moreover, your current realm is almost the same as your eldest senior brother's. Well, that's it. There's no need to say anything more. Chu Yang's face turned bitter. Meng Ran's words clearly had another meaning. Chu Yang was now a third-grade martial disciple, while eldest senior brother Shi Qian Shan was a fourth-grade martial warrior. The difference was incalculable. How could Meng Ran say that their realms were almost the same? The real meaning of Meng Ran's words should be, the two of you are treacherous and deceitful. Master, I am innocent. Chu Yang screamed in his heart. Meng Ran once again looked deeply at his little brother. He flicked his sleeves and stood up, saying, You all cultivate well. After 3 months, I will personally bring you to the Gathering Clouds Peak. He actually left just like that and disappeared without a trace. The three of them looked at each other. Shi Qian Shan's eyes looked at the small jade bottle in Chu Yang's hand that was emitting a gentle light. The muscles on his face could not help but twitch twice. Wasn't it all for this thing? But it was gone in front of his eyes. Eldest senior brother, many thanks. Chu Yang seemed to be very sincere as he thanked Shi Qian Shan. If it weren't for eldest senior brother's suggestion of nourishing my body, why would Master bestow such a rare and precious elixir to me? Speaking of which, this is all thanks to eldest senior brother. Shi Qianshan opened his mouth. His face was uglier than crying as he smiled and said, Junior brother, what are you talking about? Master specially bestowed this elixir to you. Master's kindness is very deep. The elixir flew out of his hand by accident. Unfortunately, the person who received the elixir was sincerely thanking him. Shi Qianshan's stomach was filled with discomfort, but he did not dare to show it. At this time, Shi Qianshan's heart was vexed to the extreme. He could not help but fiercely slap his own mouth. Why did you say those words? Chu Yang laughed. He turned the bottle upside down and poured out a red pellet. As soon as it came out of the bottle, the room immediately filled with a strange fragrance. Chu Yang laughed and said, I heard that this thing is a good thing. Eating one can actually increase one's martial power by 1 year. Although the increase is somewhat small, I cannot waste it. I will take it now. I will have to trouble senior brother and junior brother to protect me. Shi Qianshan's face suddenly twitched. The increase is somewhat small? You actually think it's small? Do you believe that there will be thunder in the sky? It should have been mine, but now it is in someone else's hands. And now this person actually wants me to protect him. There was no need to mention the feelings in Shi Qianshan's heart. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, he saw Chu Yang open his mouth and throw the spring and autumn pellet into the air. Then, he used his mouth to catch it. As if he was eating a bean, he ate it. Unexpectedly, he even chewed loudly. He smacked his lips and said, tasteless. Shi Qianshan's face suddenly turned red. All the blood in his body rushed to the top of his head. He almost exploded. In the next moment, Chu Yang's face suddenly flushed red. The medicinal effect had already begun to take effect. Tan Tan looked on enviously. He smacked his lips and said, Chu Yang's luck is really good. After breaking his head, he obtained a spirit elixir and a year's worth of pure martial power. This is really a blessing in disguise. Sigh, why didn't such a handsome person like me break my head? Shi Qianshan's heart felt as if it was dripping blood. He could only laugh dryly and say, not bad, not bad. His luck is not bad. After Chu Yang took the spring and autumn pellet, he only felt a huge amount of medicinal effect rise. In a split second, it passed through his limbs and bones. The meridians in his body expanded, and a turbulent flow of energy fiercely poured into his dantian. He could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. The effect of this spirit elixir is really not bad. Although it can only increase 1 year's worth of martial power, with my current cultivation, this 1 year's worth of martial power is already a considerable amount of power. If it was a slightly higher grade spirit elixir, perhaps my meridians really would not be able to withstand it. In his dantian, the sword spirit of Calamity Sword suddenly let out a burst of excitement. Then, it seemed to extend an inexplicable feeler. Then, Chu Yang felt that the medicinal effect was like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. Unexpectedly, not a single drop was left behind. He could not help but be astonished. In his heart, he thought, could it be that Calamity Sword likes this kind of thing? In his previous life, not to mention this kind of abnormality, even the sword spirit did not appear. But in this life, it appeared all of a sudden, and it actually wanted to rob him? Could it be that all of this medicinal effect was fed to Calamity Sword? I didn't get any benefits at all? Just as he was thinking, after the Calamity Sword in his dantian absorbed the medicinal effect of the spirit elixir, the illusory sword body trembled and emitted a dim light. Then, from the sword hilt, a concentrated flow of energy was spat out. It was only a tiny bit, as fine as a strand of hair, but Chu Yang could feel that this flow of energy contained a huge amount of power. Although it was not as strong as the spring and autumn pellet's medicinal effect, its purity was 1,000 times greater. With just this little bit, Chu Yang's cultivation actually rose from the peak of 3rd grade martial disciple to 4th grade martial disciple. Although it was true that the cultivation level was low and did not require too much energy to rise, but directly rising by 1 grade still shocked Chu Yang. If it was just the medicinal effect of the spring and autumn pellet, no matter what, it would not be able to directly rise by 1 grade. Could it be that this sword spirit had the ability to purify medicinal effects? Or was it something else? Strange, then. The calamity sword lazily circled around his dantian and went silent. The emotion it transmitted was actually a little dissatisfied, and it was very disdainful. It clearly did not care about this meager medicinal effect. Chu Yang could clearly feel that the calamity sword was using a human eye roll expression to express its disdain. This guy is quite hard to get rid of. Chapter 7. Chu Yang slowly opened his eyes. Junior Marshal Brother Chu, how is it? Shi Qianshan hurriedly asked as he did not see any signs of improvement in Chu Yang. For some reason, when a normal person breaks through, even the slightest reaction would cause a violent fluctuation in the body's energy. However, after the medicinal power was converted by the calamity sword, the breakthrough was silent. Chu Yang's eyes were calm, but his heart could not help but think, This is a good trick. If others see me as a third-level martial artist, but I'm actually a fifth-level, seventh, or eighth-level martial artist, how good would it be to fight? It doesn't seem to work. I'm still a third-level martial artist. Moreover, the medicinal power is too overbearing. I can't control it and lost a lot. Chu Yang resisted the surprise in his heart. He frowned and sighed. He used all his strength to make himself say with a disappointed voice, What a waste. If I had known that there would be no effect after eating it, it would be better for you to eat it. Shi Qianshan's eyes widened. His eyeballs almost popped out. He opened his mouth and made two sounds. His face alternated between red and white. He finally stood up and said with an ugly face, I'm going out for a walk. With a whoosh, he walked out. Senior Marshal Brother doesn't seem to be feeling well. Tan's two strange eyebrows trembled. He looked at Shi Qianshan's back with some suspicion and said, What's wrong with him? Senior Marshal Brother seems to be very tired these days. Chu Yang touched his chin and said deeply, His heart is very tired. Looking at his face, it's very likely that he has a stomachache. Is it because of those few days every month? Oh, Senior Marshal Brother is too worried. Sigh, our purple bamboo garden is also like this. Master doesn't care about anything. Everything is left to Senior Marshal Brother. No wonder he is tired. Tan's protruding ears actually flapped up and down. He said with deep thought, It is indeed very tiring. Stomachache is also possible. Chu Yang, those few days every month. Which days? How come I didn't know that Senior Marshal Brother had this problem? Tan asked curiously. Wait until you grow up and you will know. Children should not ask about adult matters, especially adult matters. Do you understand? Chu Yang's face turned serious as he lectured her. One side of Tan's eyebrows was high while the other side was low. It seemed as if they were dancing a few times to express the doubt in his heart. Then, he resentfully muttered a few words. But it was unknown what he had said. So, he didn't speak anymore. Chu Yang rolled his eyes, and another idea popped up in his mind. He remembered that in his previous life, Shi Qianshan had accidentally found a stalk of golden bloodroot in the purple bamboo garden. He remembered how he had proudly mentioned that it was on the cliff behind the mountain. Although the golden bloodroot could not increase one's power, it could expand one's meridians. Furthermore, once a 50-year-old golden bloodroot was consumed, the medicinal efficacies of the golden bloodroot would adhere to one's meridians. Every time one's cultivation advanced, it would cause their meridians to expand by a large amount. No matter what kind of martial arts it was, the power would always flow through the meridians. The wider the meridians, the more power they could unleash. They were both martial warriors, but the width of their meridians was different. The gap between the two could not be bridged. The golden bloodroot was only useful for people below the martial warrior level. But the meridians of a person were shaped during this period of time. This seemingly unremarkable effect could directly determine a person's lifetime achievement. In his previous life, Shi Qianshan was able to stand out among the disciples of Beyond the Heavens sect because of the golden bloodroot. Chu Yang rubbed his chin and thought in his heart, I wonder if Shi Qianshan had found the golden bloodroot yet? If not, I might as well pick it up and try it. The sky outside was still dark. So, Chu Yang quietly crawled out of bed. He looked at the bed opposite him. Tan was sprawled out on his back. He was snoring rhythmically, as if he was singing. Secretly laughing, he quickly put on his clothes and walked out of the door. If one wants to become a person above others, one must endure hardships. His own aptitude was not at the top. Moreover, in his previous life, he did not put in much effort when he was young. Compared to people of the same age, there was a big gap. If he did not put in twice as much effort as others, how could he achieve twice as much as others? In just a few breaths, Chu Yang arrived at the cliff outside the purple bamboo forest. He slightly stood still. His feet were as wide as his shoulders, and his body was in perfect harmony. After a moment of silence, he began to move. Chu Yang's movements were very simple, but not easy. His feet were rooted to the ground, and his legs were not bent. His arms were also motionless. Only his upper body moved. His head slowly moved to the left, and then slowly bent down. After forming a right angle, he pulled back. Then to the right, pulled back again, and bent forward. Then the last movement was to bend backward. Only these 4 movements, and then the cycle repeated. But each time, he bent more than the last time. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Chu Yang's body bent down like a drawn bow. His head was already touching the ground. This was an exercise of the waist. The strength of the waist was the most important part of the body. Therefore, it was placed first. After doing these 4 movements, he immediately began to move his legs. In order, he began to move his ankles, legs, arms, wrists, and shoulders. His movements also became faster and faster. In the end, he was like a trembling blade of grass in a storm. His whole body moved at a convulsive pace. After finishing the whole set, Chu Yang's head and body were already emitting hot steam. His whole body was dripping with sweat, and his clothes were soaked. His hair was dripping with sweat, but he did not stop at all. With a flip of his hand, a cold light appeared in his hand. It was a green steel long sword. Only when the joints and muscles of the whole body were completely open before practicing the sword could the best results be obtained. As long as he rested, his muscles and bones would return to their original tightness. Then, when practicing the sword, many movements would not be able to be done properly. This was the basic knowledge of a martial artist. But martial artists who could truly do this every time they practiced martial arts were few and far between. This represented the perseverance and willpower that had lasted for a long time. But Chu Yang knew how important these kinds of activities before practicing martial arts were. If any small joints or small muscles were neglected during martial arts practice, then in the future when facing enemies in Jianghu, when using those complicated big moves, he would taste the bitter fruit of not practicing properly. The slightest difference could lead to a great error. In the path of survival, even a slight difference could lead to a great difference in life and death. How many people regretted before they died that they did not practice martial arts properly? This number was extremely large. Almost every year, there were tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people who regretted it. But at that time, it was already useless to regret. Chu Yang did not want to have that kind of moment of regret. Therefore, he never dared to be careless when practicing martial arts. No matter what kind of martial arts it was, even the most basic movements, he had to practice to the most suitable and perfect level. After practicing sword techniques, fist techniques, leg techniques, and palm techniques several times, a faint light slowly appeared in the east. Chu Yang slowly climbed up the cliff. Facing the east, he crossed his hands and placed them on his dantian. He sat down cross-legged and began to breathe. It was just a simple inhalation and exhalation, but the inhalation and exhalation was rather unusual. As he breathed, it was as if a trace of invisible purple energy between heaven and earth was sucked into his mouth. Then, he closed his mouth and quickly circulated his dantian. Then, this energy slowly seeped into his internal organs. After it was completely still, he opened his mouth and fiercely exhaled. He exhaled a long breath. From his mouth, a trace of dark energy could be faintly seen being exhaled. After he finished exhaling, he closed his mouth and circulated his dantian again. Then, he continued to exhale and exhale. This kind of breathing method and the way Chu Yang moved his body just now were the same movements that were carved on the tribulation sword in his previous life. Remove all impurities in the body and absorb the innate true fire of the sun. This was to build a good foundation for practicing the Tribulation Heaven Divine technique in the future. Tomorrow is a very important day. I hope that brothers and sisters can give me your recommendation votes. These few days, our recommendation votes have been too weak. The future of this book is in your hands. Everyone, please help me. Please add me. Please recommend me. Please click and comment me. Every click and recommendation from you, every favorite, every comment from you, is a great motivation for me. It is the strength that supports me to move forward. Thank you. Tomorrow's third watch. There will be a new update at midnight. Please vote. Please add me. Chapter 8. Chu Yang had already memorized the Heavenly Tribulation Divine technique. Even if he recited it backwards, he would not make any mistakes. But right now, he could not practice it. This was because the Heavenly Tribulation Divine technique had a special feature. Only knowing the chants was of no use. One had to obtain the corresponding sword body. There was a strange power attached to the sword body. Only after absorbing that power could one cultivate the calamity-overlapping heaven divine skill according to the chants. That way, one would be able to advance very quickly. Furthermore, the power attached to each section of the sword was different. If one did not obtain the Heavenly Tribulation Divine technique and practiced it rashly, one would probably die from the fire burning in one's heart. Secondly, Chu Yang's current physical condition had not met the requirements to practice the Heavenly Tribulation Divine technique. Only after becoming a martial warrior, when all the meridians in his body were unobstructed, his blood would gradually become vigorous, and he would be able to practice the Heavenly Tribulation Divine technique. Chu Yang took a deep breath and stopped his practice. He stood there quietly for a while and felt that his whole body was warm and comfortable. It was an indescribable feeling of contentment. He stood like that, squinting his eyes and looking at the direction of the gathering clouds peak. There, the first part of the Heavenly Tribulation Sword was quietly buried under the foundation. I must get it as soon as possible. Chu Yang's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He looked for a while before retracting his gaze. He carefully looked around to make sure there was no one else. Then, his body moved and slowly slid down the steep stone wall. His eyes cautiously looked up and down, left and right. If what Shi Qianshan said was not wrong, then the golden bloodroot was growing on this stone wall. The golden bloodroot was not a top-grade spirit medicine, but even in the upper three heavens, it was a priceless item. All the big clans needed this kind of spirit medicine to lay the foundation for their descendants. Many of the grandchildren of the big clans were even fed the golden bloodroot at birth, before the mother's innate qi dissipated. With the help of a top expert, the baby could be born into an earth-shattering martial arts genius. If this genius could work hard when he grew up, his future achievements would be unimaginable. And all of these achievements, a large part of the credit came from the golden bloodroot when he was young. The reason why the disciples of big clans could cultivate so quickly was because of the accumulation of spirit medicine. There would never be a lack of geniuses in this world. Geniuses did indeed have many more chances of success than ordinary people. But one thing was also undeniable. In this world, the number of geniuses who died prematurely or slowly became ordinary was always countless times greater than the number of geniuses who succeeded. I'm not a genius, but I want to transform myself into a genius that's even more talented than a genius. I want geniuses to be nothing in front of me. Chu Yang slowly slid down. His entire body was attached to the slippery cliff wall, but he was able to advance and retreat freely. He was like a big gecko as he steadily moved on the cliff. In his previous life, he had killed a revered martial artist and found this technique on his body. It was called the Empty Sky Spirit Wander technique. He felt that it was useful, so he practiced it. Even though this body of his had never cultivated before, he was still able to make use of it. A rustling sound came from below, and a fishy smell suddenly came. Chu Yang frowned. Then, his eyes flashed. He exerted force on his right hand, and his entire body silently moved 7 feet horizontally on the stone wall. With a swoosh, a colorful poisonous snake just happened to pass by him. If he hadn't moved to the side just now, The poisonous snake's mouth would have bitten his leg. Chu Yang's eyes flashed with joy. There really was a golden bloodroot here, and it was more than 100 years old. This snake had 7 colored scales all over its body. It was as thick as an arm and had a fleshy crest on its head. It was a 7-colored golden caruncled snake. Wild golden bloodroot over 100 years old would have a 7-colored golden caruncled snake guarding it. So, when Chu Yang saw this snake, he immediately concluded that the golden bloodroot was real. This snake's scales were hard and hard to be injured by swords. Its body also had a strange poison. The weakness of normal snakes was 7 inches, but this snake's body was not weak at all. Its fatal point was the fleshy crest on its head. A golden bloodroot over 100 years old would emit a faint smell, and this smell had a fatal attraction to the 7-colored golden caruncled snake. This smell allowed the 7-colored golden caruncled snake to not feel any pain when it molted. To the 7-colored golden caruncled snake, the golden bloodroot itself was useless, but this smell was something it yearned for even in its dreams. With a rustling sound, the 7-colored golden caruncled snake quickly turned its head and rushed towards Chu Yang. Its tail hit the stone wall and made a paw sound. It actually flew up and bit towards Chu Yang. Chu Yang's eyes narrowed to the size of a needle. He did not move at all. When the snake was a foot away from him, he suddenly dodged to the right and jumped up. His body twisted into a strange bow shape, and the 7-colored golden caruncled snake brushed past him. At this moment, Chu Yang's 2 fingers were like a sword. He concentrated all his martial power on his fingers and fiercely stabbed the 7-colored golden caruncled snake's crest. Poof! An indescribable scream was heard. The 7-colored golden caruncled snake's body twisted in pain. The golden crest on its head spurted out black blood, mixed with a sickly green color. It rolled down the stone wall. Chu Yang let out a sigh of relief. He carefully moved towards the 7-colored golden caruncled snake. He could have moved faster, but he was afraid of touching the golden bloodroot. A golden bloodroot over 100 years old. Chu Yang's heart was hot. This time, he had picked up a treasure. A 50-years-old golden bloodroot had such an effect, and it was sustainable. He wondered what kind of effect a 100-years-old golden bloodroot would have. Another 30 feet down, Chu Yang faintly smelled a faint fragrance. It was simple and elegant, like an orchid on a snowy peak. Although the fragrance was not strong, it made people feel refreshed. Chu Yang was delighted. Normal golden bloodroot had always been colorless and odorless. Only those over 100 years old would emit a faint smell. This kind of smell was similar to the fragrance of plants. If it was in a place with lush vegetation, it would not be able to smell it. But at this moment, it was on a smooth cliff. This kind of smell was not normal. Chu Yang carefully slid down. As far as his eyes could see, on a concave stone wall, there were a few blood-red leaves that were gently swaying in the wind. Below, there was a small blood-red stem that was faintly seeping out of the stone wall. It was the golden bloodroot. Chu Yang slid down another 5 feet. Chu Yang stretched out his hand and silently pulled out a sword. He poured his martial power into it and fiercely stabbed it down. Half of the sword's body was deeply inserted into the stone wall below his feet. Chu Yang carefully stepped on the sword's body. He took a deep breath to keep his body light. Then he quickly pulled out another sword, poured his martial power into it, and carefully dug into the stone wall in front of him. He had brought 2 swords with him. One of them belonged to Tan Tan, but he had secretly taken it out when he had come out this morning. That guy should have woken up by now. I wonder how he would feel after discovering that his beloved sword has been used as a hoe by me. As he thought about it and dug, a kind of inexplicable pleasure rose in his heart. This kind of pleasure made Chu Yang a little surprised. I have always been honest and considerate. I am not such a person with such a bad taste. When Chu Yang was sweating profusely, he dug out a hole that could barely fit half of his body. He reluctantly squeezed his body in, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. He did not have time to rest. He used his hands to sort out the golden bloodroot's roots. He deliberately left a safe distance of 3 feet before he started to dig. All the stones that he dug out, Chu Yang carefully placed them in a concave area to prevent them from falling down. When he really could not put them down, he would slip down the cliff and try not to make any noise, so as not to alarm others. Although this place was relatively remote, it was better to be careful. If he could avoid unnecessary trouble, he would avoid it. This digging lasted for a full hour. Chu Yang's clothes were completely soaked with sweat. Finally, a blood-red golden bloodroot appeared in Chu Yang's hand. It was faintly glowing, as if there was blood flowing in its body. From top to bottom, the golden bloodroot did not even have a scratch on its skin. Its roots were intact, as thick as 2 fingers. Gently pinching it with his hand, it was like a ripe peach, bulging and very elastic. Good stuff. Looking at this, it is close to 200 years old. No wonder Shi Qianshan advanced so quickly in the previous life. Motherfucker. It was because he got such a big bargain. But now, its surname is Chu, and it is old. Chu Yang panted, his mouth crooked. He looked up and down, his eyes filled with joy. Chu Yang really did not expect that it would be such a good thing. Chapter 9. Golden Bloodroot contained ginseng liquid. The older it was, the more liquid there was, and the better the effect. Only this ginseng liquid was truly effective. If one didn't know how to dig, once the skin was broken, all the liquid inside would flow out instantly. At that time, even if one swallowed the whole golden bloodroot, they would only be eating a piece of root. Standing on the stone wall, he waited until his breathing calmed down before he put the golden blood root into his mouth. He gently bit the skin with his teeth, and a cool and spicy liquid immediately poured into his throat. This liquid was actually golden in color, shining brightly. This was how the name golden bloodroot came about. This was golden blood. Once the golden bloodroot entered his body, it automatically flowed through his meridians. At this time, the sword spirit of Calamity Sword in his dantian suddenly emitted a burst of excitement. It became restless and turned into a bolt of lightning, rushing out of his dantian and quickly greeting him. With a kind of joy, the ginseng liquid that hadn't been absorbed by his meridians turned into a stream of light and was absorbed by Calamity Sword. Chu Yang actually felt that Calamity Sword seemed to let out a satisfied burp and then slowly return to his dantian. It felt like it was taking a stroll after a full meal, shaking its head and wagging its tail. It was actually very stylish. Although he was on a cliff, Chu Yang almost laughed out loud. This guy was too human, wasn't he? Then, the dim golden light on the sword flashed. This time, it was obviously much brighter than last time. Then, the light disappeared, and from the illusory sword hilt, a cold, dark golden stream of air flowed out and instantly merged into Chu Yang's meridians. Chu Yang watched as the golden light flashed on his exposed skin and then disappeared. The meridians all over his body swelled like a toad, and then retracted and then swelled again. It was like a balloon that was blown and then deflated. Then, it was blown again. After a few times, this feeling finally disappeared. After being modified by Calamity Sword, the medicinal power of golden bloodroot's liquid finally completely merged into Chu Yang's meridians. Chu Yang clearly felt that even though his martial power had not increased, the speed of his circulation had increased by a lot. Moreover, a layer of soft and tough golden light was slowly disappearing from his meridians as it merged with the inner walls of his meridians. He tried to bulge his meridians and felt the extreme elasticity and flexibility of his meridians. It felt like an unbreakable rubber ball. Chu Yang was overjoyed at the unexpected good news. The harvest this time would lay the foundation for his entire life. The harvest was too great. Although his martial arts couldn't increase, he had opened up a straight path for himself to open up his meridians. If other people's meridians were a small pool, then his meridians were undoubtedly a deep well. This was a qualitative difference. The foundation this time was enough for him to advance all the way to Wu Zone without worrying about the capacity and endurance of his meridians. Before he had time to be surprised, he felt the sword in his dantian suddenly shine brightly. It was so bright that Chu Yang felt as if his entire body was about to be illuminated. Then, he felt a pain in his dantian, and the light disappeared without a trace. However, Chu Yang knew that something mysterious was happening. A few words suddenly appeared in his heart The heavenly way is ruthless, and all things are destroyed. The heavenly way is sentimental, and all things are born. The way of the sword is ruthless, and it slaughters the world. The way of the sword is sentimental, and it cares for the common people. The way of the sword is ruthless, and it cares about the heart. The way of the sword is ruthless, and it is sentimental. It is sentimental, and it is ruthless. After experiencing the sea and seeing through the world, sentimental is emotionless, and emotionless is sentimental. Sentimental and emotionless is the way of the heavenly way. When there is a world, there is martial arts. When there is martial arts, there is the way of the heavenly way, and at the end, there is transcendence. In the secular world, the secrets of the heavenly way are all there. The seventh wheel is the beginning of the heavenly way. Chu Yang's entire body shook violently. He only felt a violent surge in his heart, and he felt dizzy. At this moment, he almost fell off the cliff. On this cliff where no one could see, Chu Yang's entire body trembled, and he almost couldn't control himself. In his previous life, his path of cultivation was difficult. He finally did not hesitate to use evil martial arts to advance, and used killing to enter the way of the sword. However, he still couldn't understand it, let alone reach the peak of martial arts. Now, Chu Yang finally knew where he was wrong. It turned out that his previous life's cultivation of the way of the sword was wrong. It was a big mistake. This was the real tribulation heavenly heart technique outline. What emotionless and sentimental, it was all in his heart. If his heart was emotionless, it was the way of the sword. If his heart was emotionless, it was the way of the sword. Deep in cultivation, it was the way of the heavenly way. In his previous life, he clearly had emotions, but he wanted to cut them off. How could he succeed? One outline, but there were two paths. One was to become a saint, and the other was to become a demon. How to cultivate? It depended on one's heart. Qing Wu, it was my mistake. From the beginning, I took the wrong path. That led to the tragedy of our lives. Chu Yang looked up to the sky, and his heart was throbbing with pain. Tribulation sword, oh tribulation sword, you played a big joke on me. You made me destroy my life for a wrong martial art, but after destroying it, you gave me a real rebirth. Should I hate you, or should I thank you? Chu Yang's mind was in turmoil, and he didn't realize that on the illusory tip of the tribulation sword in his dantian, there was a little bit of black. It was so small that it was almost undetectable, but this was real. The sun rose. Outside Purple Bamboo Garden, two people came. One was a young man, and the other was a young girl. Both of them were wearing white robes that fluttered in the wind. In this purple bamboo forest, they appeared even more outstanding and otherworldly. The young man had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was handsome, but on his face, there was a kind of suppressed arrogance. The young girl was about 17 or 18 years old. Her features were picturesque, and her appearance was beautiful. She was tall, and her face was peaceful. When people saw this young girl, they couldn't help but think of one word: gentle. They didn't even know what this young girl's personality was like to have such an impression. She looked weak, but she was valiant. She looked strong and heroic, but she gave people the feeling that she was as graceful as water. Li Jianyin from Locking Clouds Peak and Wu Qian from Gathering Clouds Peak are here to see Martial Uncle Meng under the orders of our masters. Please help us pass the message. The young man in white said loudly. His voice spread far and wide, but did not disperse. It showed that he was skilled in internal martial arts. Locking Clouds Peak was the peak where 2 of the 10 great disciples were located. It was closely connected to Gathering Clouds Peak. In the Purple Bamboo Garden, there was silence. No one answered. At this time, Shi Qianshan and Tantan should be practicing in the depths of the Purple Bamboo Forest. Meng Chaorant's whereabouts were unknown. Naturally, there was no one. The young man in white called again, but there was still no response. He couldn't help but frown. He said with dissatisfaction, "Is this Purple Bamboo Garden still sleeping? How come there is not even one breathing?" The young girl frowned and said softly, "Seniorly, be careful with your words. This is the Purple Bamboo Forest. Don't let others hear you and make Martial Uncle Meng unhappy." Martial Uncle Meng? Haha. The young man laughed frivolously, But he also lowered his voice and said, "This martial Uncle Ming, I heard that even if someone rode on his head, he would not get angry. Such a coward. I really can't imagine how he became one of the 10 great disciples." The young girl was shocked. She hurriedly said, "Seniorly, before we came, what did Father say?" "Father told us to be careful with our words." "How could you?" Before she finished, she heard a cold snort behind her. A cold voice said, "How did my master become one of the 10 great disciples?" "You don't need to ask. You don't have the qualifications. What I want to ask is, how did such an arrogant person with no respect for his elders become a disciple of Locking Cloud's Peak? Is it because your family is rich? Or do you have a good father?" The voice was cold, but the tone of the question and the fierceness of the counterattack were shocking. The gaze behind them made them feel as if there was a thorn in their back. It was as if it was real, and they even felt a faint pain. This voice came from behind the two of them. The two were shocked. They hurriedly turned around and saw a young man covered in dust. He looked a little dirty, but his eyes emitted a sharp light, coldly looking at them. This young man was slightly thin and tall. He had sword-like eyebrows and thin lips. At first glance, he didn't look very good, but the more you looked at him, the more interesting he became. His pursed lips formed a drooping half-arc. It gave people a feeling of arrogance that made them not dare to get close to him. It also gave people a cruel and wild feeling. But at this moment, the light in his eyes was like 2 sharp swords. When he opened and closed them, it made people not dare to look at him directly. It was Chu Yang. Chapter 10. After Chu Yang swallowed the golden bloodroot, he spent some time sliding down the cliff. After all, the 7-colored golden caruncled snake's gallbladder was a good antidote. It was extremely rare. It would not be good to waste it. Then, he circled around and came back from outside. He did not expect to see 2 people standing in front of Purple Bamboo Garden. Moreover, one of them dared to speak rudely and humiliate his master. He could not help but become angry and coldly retaliated. When he heard this guy's name, he knew that he was the only son of Li Jinsong. Therefore, Chu Yang's retaliation was measured. "Since you insulted my master, I will use your father's name to retaliate." No matter if it was the previous life or the present, Chu Yang would not allow himself to be taken advantage of. "Who are you?" The white-clothed youth Li Jianyin's face darkened. Chu Yang revealed a mocking smile and quietly looked at him. His eyes were a little strange. When he first said, "my master," he had already revealed his identity. But this Li Jianyin still asked such a question. It was obvious that he was frightened by Chu Yang's aura and his mind was in chaos. This kind of question, there was no point in answering it. This kind of person was not worthy of his attention. At the same time, Chu Yang became vigilant. Just now, when he was angry, he felt the heart sword chi and unconsciously showed it. This kind of situation could not happen again. In the previous life, after Chu Yang's sect was destroyed, he left beyond the Heavens sect and wandered the world. His personality was originally a bit of a loner. After this big change, he became even more unruly. Other than practicing sword techniques, Chu Yang did not care about anything else. His life experience was not worth mentioning. He also rarely interacted with people. If there was a disagreement, he would draw his sword and fight. Over time, his character had become as proud and aloof as a sharp sword. Black clothes like ink, long sword like snow. No one dares to stop him. This was the Chu Yang of the previous life. But after his rebirth, Chu Yang's mentality changed greatly. He knew that he could not walk the same path as he did in the previous life. Moreover, there was always room to make up for everything. All regrets could be redone. The current Chu Yang was like a poem. Proud of the spring breeze, the horse gallops, happy people are in high spirits. Full of joy, full of joy, full of poems, full of joy. The world was beautiful, and life was full of hope. How could he still be arrogant? Even if he wanted to be arrogant, he couldn't be arrogant. However, he was also secretly on guard. A situation like today where the heart sword chi leaked out was the easiest to cause trouble and alertness. With his current insignificant strength, it would be better for him to do less. "Are you little brother Purple Bamboo Forest?" Li Jianyin saw that the other party did not answer. so he couldn't help but ask. Chu Yang shook his head and looked at the girl. She didn't even look at him from the corner of her eyes. Although his mental state had changed greatly, the arrogance in his bones was still deeply rooted. Chu Yang didn't even have the mood to look at this kind of guy who couldn't even understand what others were saying. Li Jian was once again enraged. The other party's undisguised contempt had actually aroused his killing intent. "May I ask if you are the disciple of Martial Uncle Meng, Junior Martial Brother Chu Yang?" The girl smiled gently and bowed. "Yes, I am." Could this senior martial sister be the daughter of the Gathering Clouds Peak's martial uncle, senior martial sister Wu? Just now, he had recognized her at a glance. This elegant and graceful girl was the daughter of Wu Yunliang, the sect master of Beyond the Heavens sect, Wu Qianqian, the #1 beauty of Beyond the Heavens sect. The pitiful girl who was deceived by Shi Qianshan in his previous life. Although Beyond the Heavens sect was destroyed before the marriage was completed, it was still a regrettable matter. "So it really is Junior Martial Brother Chu Yang." Wu Qianqian smiled gently and said, "But Junior Martial Brother Chu Yang is different from the rumors. I almost didn't dare to recognize you just now." "Senior Martial Sister Wu is joking," Chu Yang said lightly. "Chu Yang is Chu Yang, there is no difference. The rumors are wrong." Wu Qianqian felt a little strange. She was the daughter of the sect master, and also the publicly recognized beauty of Beyond the Heavens sect. When the young disciples of Beyond the Heavens sect saw her, they all fell head over heels for her. But this Chu Yang, when he saw her, looked at her as if he was looking at a block of wood. Actually, it wasn't that Chu Yang couldn't see her beauty. It was just that Chu Yang's whole heart was for Mo Qingwu now. His heart was filled with anticipation for Mo Qingwu, and there wasn't even a single gap left. At this time, even if Wu Qianqian was really a goddess, in his eyes, she would not be much different from a block of wood. Although Wu Qianqian did not like the feeling of being surrounded by people who flattered her every day, being completely ignored was the first time she had experienced it. Moreover, she had heard that Martial Uncle Meng had 3 younger brothers. The eldest brother was steady and generous, scheming and dependable. He was a pillar of the sect. The second brother Chu Yang was a loner and a man of few words. The third brother Tan Tan was extremely unconventional. But seeing him today, this young man was definitely not a man of few words. Although he was somewhat extreme, and looking at his face, there was a trace of arrogance, but he was definitely not an ordinary young man. Li Jian secretly liked Wu Qianqian. He had been admiring this senior martial sister for a long time. More than once, he had fantasized about marrying this senior martial sister. Not only would he be as beautiful as Jade, but he would also become the son-in-law of the sect master. At this moment, seeing Wu Qianqian and Chu Yang talking and laughing, his heart was already burning with jealousy. Later, he saw that Wu Qianqian was a little dazed. Her beautiful eyes seemed to have grown on Chu Yang's face. It was as if she had fallen in love at first sight. She couldn't help but be enraged. She had completely forgotten what she had come here to do. She angrily stepped forward and put her body between Chu Yang and Wu Qianqian. She then sneered and said, "I was wondering who it was. So it's the trash of Beyond the Heavens sect." "Trash? Who are you calling trash?" Chu Yang's eyes were cold as he aggressively asked. At this moment, his aura suddenly rose and pressed forward. "Trash is calling you trash." Li Jian, under the pressure of Chu Yang's aura, did not want to show weakness. "Yes, trash is calling me trash." Chu Yang said with admiration, "This person is really not simple." Humans, the most important thing was self-awareness. However, in the entire world, there were only a few people who had such clear self-awareness. I did not expect Senior Martial Brother Li to be one of them. Chu Yang admires you from the bottom of his heart. Li Jianin suddenly became sluggish. He knew that he had been tricked. Wu Qianqian, who was listening on the side, could not help but laugh. Even though she tried to hold it in, her bright eyes still curved into crescent moons. "You are courting death." Li Jianin was about to go crazy. He suddenly pulled out his sword. "Pull out your sword. I want to compete with you." Being humiliated in front of the girl he admired, how could Li Jianin get out of this situation? "No, there is no need to compete. I admit, Chu Yang said seriously, I am not as cheap as you. Then he added, I am really not as cheap as you. Wu Qianqian, who was standing on the side, could not help but laugh. She immediately felt that the situation was not good. These two were already at each other's throats. Wouldn't her laughter be adding fuel to the fire? She could not help but stick out her tongue. She immediately covered her mouth with her hand, but her eyes were still looking around. Li Jianyin was even more furious. He cursed loudly, bastard. Chu Yang did not give up and asked, bastard, who are you cursing? Bastard. Li Jianyin only said half of his sentence when he suddenly realized. He became angry and shouted, I will kill you. He raised his sword and rushed over. Chu Yang retreated a few steps. He seemed to be panicking as he shouted, What? You dare to kill a fellow disciple of the same sect in broad daylight? While he was retreating, he saw the situation in front of him. He secretly exerted force on his feet. A wisp of true energy came out of his feet and rushed into the ground. Little brat, you are so reckless and underestimated your enemy. Watch me kill you. To deal with such a small character, how could Chu Yang reveal his true strength? He could easily toy with them to death. Chapter 11. Seeing his opponent's panicked appearance, Li Jianyin's heart calmed down. He thought to himself, this guy is really a waste. Once I pull out my sword, he's scared to this extent. He couldn't help but feel relieved, and his momentum became even stronger. On the side, Wu Qianqian opened her mouth wide, forgetting to stop Li Jianyin. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. This Chu Yang, even if he is useless, he shouldn't be like this, right? Not only does he not dare to fight, he's scared to the point of not knowing what to do. Looking at his previous behavior, he doesn't seem like this kind of person. Chu Yang suddenly shouted, Help me! Then, he seemed to have been scared out of his wits and sat down on the ground. But at this time, Li Jianyin stepped into a strange hole in the ground. The ground was clearly flat, but for some reason, when Li Jianyin stepped on it, a hole appeared. The hole was the same size and shape as Li Jianyin's foot, but when he stepped in, he found that it was very deep. Moreover, the direction of the hole was completely opposite to the direction of the hole. Li Jianyin screamed in pain. He had been charging forward with all his might, but the momentum was too strong. Coupled with the fact that he was too complacent, his center of gravity was all on his upper body. Under the strong inertia, he fell to the ground. A cracking sound was heard. His ankle was actually broken. With Chu Yang's experience and insight, he was able to see through Li Jianyin's weakness in martial arts and personality. Even though the trap he set up was simple, it was the best time to set it up. If Li Jianyin could escape, then he wouldn't be Li Jianyin. With a puff sound, Li Jianyin fell forward, and with a very standard dog-eat-dog posture, he unexpectedly slipped under Chu Yang's crotch. His movements were very fast and smooth. At this time, Chu Yang was also scared and sat down on his butt. Therefore, his still somewhat fleshy but sat firmly on Li Jianyin's neck. Li Jianyin screamed again, and with a puff sound, his mouth was fiercely bitten into the mud. When most people screamed, their mouths would be especially wide open. Li Jianyin was spoiled since childhood, and he was afraid of pain. Naturally, his mouth was wide open, and more than 30 teeth were exposed. This mouthful of soil was extremely sturdy. It could probably even block half of his throat. Chu Yang sat on Li Jianyin's neck. He raised his head and screamed, It hurts. Ah, my butt hurts. Right now, Li Jianyin was almost half dead, so he was the one who should be screaming like this. But before Li Jianyin could make a sound, the uninjured Zhu Li screamed out in a hysterical manner. If one were to judge Chu Yang's injuries from the intensity of his cries, then Chu Yang's injuries would be 10 times more serious than Li Jianyin's. Wu Qianqian rubbed her eyes in shock. She still felt that it was unreal. She couldn't help but rub her eyes again. What happened just now had happened. Before he could react, the curtains had already fallen. However, no matter how much he racked his brains, he still couldn't figure out why this was the case. The side that had been brimming with pride and arrogance couldn't even moan now, while the side that had been retreating was also crying out in pain. No matter how smart Wu Qianqian was, she was still only a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Her mouth was wide open, and her pretty eyes were wide open. Her slender fingers were trembling, but she couldn't say anything. She was speechless. How could this happen? How could such a strange hole appear in such a flat ground? And how could Li Jian be so unlucky as to step into it? This hole wasn't very deep. With junior brother Li's martial arts and skills, how could he fall down so hard and in such a sorry state? At this time, Chu Yang was crying out in pain. He was holding his waist as he struggled to stand up. It seemed that his injuries were not light, but I didn't see him injured. Wu Qinxian was confused, but she still ran over. Junior brother Chu, don't move. I'll help you up. His voice hadn't even faded when Chu Yang let out a long blood-curdling scream. It was extremely miserable. It seemed that his waist had been twisted very badly, and he couldn't stand up. He had just lifted his buttocks up high when he suddenly sat down again. He sat on his neck again. Ah, it was still the same position. This time, it was even worse. Li Jian waited for Chu Yang to lift his butt up. He stretched his neck and wanted to catch his breath. Who would have thought that the butt that had just left would come down again? Poof! It was a tragedy. Li Jian had just lifted his head, but it was once again smashed deep into the ground. Crack! A crisp sound was heard. Luckily, there weren't many rocks here. Otherwise, it would have been hard to say what would have happened. But even so, his nose was broken. Wu Qinxian had just reached out her hand when she froze again. Her body was still leaning forward, and she was stunned. Poor girl, her brain short-circuited at this moment, and so, the two people on the ground, Chu Yang sat on the other person's neck. He was crying out in pain as he shook his butt. Li Jianyin's neck was twisted into a fried dough twist below. Li Jianyin's mouth was filled with dirt. He couldn't make a sound. He could only let out muffled groans from his throat. His throat was filled with dirt, and he couldn't make a sound. His right leg, starting from the ankle, was still in the crater. The rest of the leg was parallel to the ground. It was obvious how thoroughly it was broken. His ankle swelled up like a balloon at a speed visible to the naked eye. His other leg was kicking, twitching, and spasming without any pattern. After being stunned for a while, Wu Qinxian hurried over to help Chu Yang up. She saw that Chu Yang's face was pale, and he was sweating profusely. His body was still trembling, and he complained, "Senior Martial Sister Wu, did you see that? This Li Jianin is too much. The sect forbids disciples from fighting, and Li Jianin actually wanted to kill me. Just now, my life was in his hands. Luckily, I was lucky. Senior Martial Sister Wu, you didn't come here just to kill me, right?" As he spoke, Chu Yang suddenly became vigilant, as if he was facing a great enemy. He looked at Wu Qinxian with fear and said hurriedly, "Senior Martial Sister Wu, I didn't do anything bad. You can't do this. This is broad daylight." 3 black lines appeared on Wu Qinxian's pretty face. The way he was screaming made it seem like he was about to be raped. "How can that be? We came here on my father's orders to deliver a message to Marshal Uncle Ming, to ask him to come over and discuss something." Wu Qinxian slapped her forehead and rolled her eyes. Only now did she remember the purpose of this trip. "But I'm scared." Chu Yang leaned on Wu Qinxian's body, as if he was scared to death. His whole body weight was leaning on the girl's body. He continued to cry, I have no power, and my martial arts are not high. In the sect, I'm at the bottom. You guys from Gathering Clouds Peak and Locking Clouds Peak have many disciples. What if? I can't afford to offend you. Don't worry." Wu Qinxian comforted him. "This matter is not a big deal." Poor little girl. She didn't know that junior martial brother Li's leg was broken, and his nose was broken. He's still lying on the ground, waiting for her to save him. Then, "If the sect questions me, Senior Martial Sister Wu, you have to stand up for me and be an impartial witness." Chu Yang continued to stall for time, wanting to maximize Li Jianyin's pain. He pleaded, "You saw everything that happened just now. This Li Jianyin came and scolded my master, right? Then when I came out, he scolded me and called me trash, right? Then, he wanted to have a sword duel with me. I didn't dare to fight, but he wanted to kill me, right? He pulled out such a sharp and shining sword with a murderous aura. Oh my God! He chased after me relentlessly, right? I was almost killed by him, right? Although his tone sounded pitiful, it was filled with the intention of guiding her patiently and patiently. Wu Qianqian naturally followed his words and began to recall the events. She couldn't help but nod her head. What Chu Yang said was the truth. He was not wrong at all. She couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. This Li Jianyin was too much. Chapter 12. Please support me if you have a recommendation ticket. My new book is in a bad situation and I need everyone's support. Thank you. G. Putting everything else aside, just insulting Marshal Uncle Meng would be a huge crime if it was reported to the authorities. Not to mention, he even wanted to kill his own junior brother. Moreover, he even put it into action. Chu Yang wiped his cold sweat with lingering fear. Luckily, he fell down himself. Otherwise, Senior Wu, otherwise I would have. He stopped here and looked at Wu Qianqian with a pitiful look. But, he fell down himself? He really had the nerve to say that. Otherwise, you would have been killed by him. The pitiful little girl easily fell into the trap. She smoothly continued Chu Yang's unfinished words. That's right. Chu Yang fiercely clapped his hands, and a clap sound was heard. Then, he said in a very gratified manner, Senior Marshal Sister Wu has great foresight. She can see right and wrong clearly. She is fair and just. Her eyes are like a torch. Wu Qianqian faintly felt that something was wrong, but she also felt that Chu Yang's words were not wrong. She nodded her head in confusion. After all, she was still a young girl, so she felt a little smug at this time. Li Jianyin finally raised his head from the deep pit. He was injured, but he did not faint. His ears heard everything clearly. He heard that Chu Yang's words had turned him into a victim. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood and died. But there was still a big lump of soil in his throat. He wanted to vomit blood, but he could not. Enduring the pain, he used his fingers to dig at the soil. He could not spit out the soil in his throat. He had been holding his breath for a long time. So, he hardened his heart and stretched his neck, swallowing it down. This was something that could not be helped. If he did not get rid of the soil, Li Jianyin would suffocate to death. Chu Yang and Wu Qianqian looked on helplessly as Li Jianyin's neck stretched longer and longer. His neck was like a small snake that had swallowed a whole egg. A large protrusion slowly slid down his neck and finally disappeared with a gulp. His neck returned to its original shape. The two could not help but stare with wide eyes and swallow a mouthful of saliva. This is truly terrifying. Pooh! Li Jianyin finally spat out a mouthful of blood and phlegm, gasping for air like a bellows. The suffocation caused him to temporarily forget about his broken leg. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. However, it didn't last long after all. Immediately, he felt a sharp pain in his legs and face. He swallowed a large piece of sand, stones, and soil in his stomach. His bowels were also burning with pain. At this moment, Li Jianyin wished he could just die. He truly understood what it meant to be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. He wanted to curse, but he couldn't catch his breath. After a while, Li Jianyin finally raised his head and looked at Chu Yang ferociously. Chu Yang, just you wait, I won't let you off. In this life, I will fight you to the death. Aya. As he spoke, his entire body trembled. He had wanted to express his stubbornness in front of his sweetheart, but he couldn't help it. Chu Yang shuddered. Senior Marshal Sister Wu, look. Wu Qianqian comforted him. Junior Marshal Brother Chu, don't worry. I witnessed the whole thing. How could I let anyone make things difficult for you? Junior Marshal Brother Li only spoke in a moment of anger. You don't have to take it to heart. On the ground, Li Jianyin made two strange sounds from his throat. He rolled his eyes and looked at Wu Qianqian in disbelief. He finally collapsed. Witnessed the whole thing? What did you see? I'm about to be toyed to death. At this moment, Wu Qianqian finally realized that something was wrong. She cried out in alarm. Junior Marshal Brother Li. Your legs? Then she was shocked. Your nose? Li Jianyin's face was full of tears. He banged his head on the ground. Mother, you finally realized. Poor me. who is seriously injured and possibly disabled. In his agitation, he actually started to cry. The rising star of Beyond the Heavens sect, the second in command, was actually crying in front of everyone. This made Wu Qianqian, who was just about to go over, feel her brain short-circuiting. She blinked her pretty eyes, not understanding what was going on. Was it really that painful? Was it really that painful? We are Jianghu people who shed blood but not tears. She did not know that Li Jianyin was really depressed because of the injustice and the unbearable pain. In fact, the biggest depression came from Wu Qianqian. At this moment, a rustling sound came from the purple bamboo forest. Two people quickly rushed over. Who is making a ruckus here? Huh, Chu Yang? What happened? It was Shi Qianshan and Tan Tan. Seeing the chaotic scene in front of the door, both of them were stunned. Senior Marshal Brother, you have to help me. Chu Yang shouted with grief and indignation. How could he not use a ready-made shield? This was the best opportunity to cause trouble. A dog-eat-dog scene everyone liked to watch. Just now I was almost killed, right in front of our door. This guy came and scolded Master, and then he scolded us as trash. Shi Qianshan's face suddenly sank. Although Shi Qianshan was a scheming person, he could not stay out of this matter. If someone scolded Master and he did not do anything, then how could he continue to stay in the sect? Moreover, Shi Qianshan had always been conceited. He believed that no matter if it was scheming or hard work, no one in the younger generation could match him. He had always strived to be the senior martial brother of the sect, but now he was being scolded as trash? If this could be tolerated, what could be tolerated? Really? Shi Qianshan's face was gloomy. His eyes narrowed, and he spat out two words. There was a sense of dignity without being angry. Wu Qianqian heard that the matter was about to escalate. She quickly stood up and saluted. Senior Marshal Brother Shi, this matter is our fault. Junior Marshal Brother Li is still young, and he speaks without thinking. I hope Senior Marshal Brother Shi will not be angry, so as not to hurt the harmony between us. Wu Qianqian's words were very humble and tactful. When she said these words, it could be said that the matter was resolved. But at the same time, when she said these words, it could be said that Li Jianyin had been accused of a crime. Shi Qianshan's eyes lit up as a beautiful face appeared in front of him. He could not help but greedily look at it. With a serious face, he said, "So it is Junior Marshal Sister Wu. Since Junior Marshal Sister Wu said so, I will not pursue the matter any further." He could not help but feel puzzled. As soon as Wu Qianqian stood up, Li Jianyin, who she had previously covered, was exposed. Seeing Li Jianyin's face full of tears and snot, covered with blood, and miserable appearance, Shi Qianshan was shocked. Who is this guy? He is still crying? Damn, he is not afraid of losing face, damn. Who is the one being bullied? Looking at Chu Yang, other than a lot of dust on his body, he did not seem to have any other abnormalities. In fact, the dust on Chu Yang's body was also from digging up the golden bloodroot. Could it be that this person was injured by Chu Yang? For a moment, Shi Qianshan did not recognize that the person in front of him was Li Jianyin. He could only feel astonished. But his words of, "I will not pursue this matter further," caused trouble. Shi Qianshan, you still want to pursue this matter? Pursue your uncle. Li Jianyin coughed and cursed. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. You motherfucker, Shi Qianshan, I will fuck your uncle. The older generation won't let you scum off the hook. I will make you wish you were dead. Having suffered such humiliation and injuries that he might not be able to recover from in his lifetime, Li Jianyin's heart was filled with hatred. Not only Chu Yang, but everyone in the purple bamboo garden was a life and death enemy to him. Even Meng Chao ran. If he did not teach this kind of disciple, how could I be like this? Not letting me go? Shi Qianshan's face suddenly darkened. He coldly said, do you think you have the qualifications? Whenever you come, I, Shi Qianshan, will wait for you. Haha, if you dare to come, I, Shi Qianshan, will dare to hit you. If you provoke me, humph, I, Shi Qianshan, will not be afraid to kill. When he said the last sentence, he seemed to feel that his words were very imposing and humorous. He laughed twice. Shi Qianshan was not a brainless person. He naturally had his reasons for saying those words. Chu Yang's cultivation, among his peers in the Beyond the Heavens sect, was near the bottom. And this person in front of him was actually beaten to such a state by Chu Yang. How much of a waste was this person? Not to mention one person. Even if there were 100 of them, he, Shi Qianshan, would not be afraid. Moreover, he could show off his heroic spirit in front of junior martial sister Wu, his heroic image. Why not do it? Chu Yang. Chu Yang. This time you have created a great opportunity for me to be in the limelight. Maybe this matter will become big enough that the elders in the sect will take a liking to me. At that time, as long as I can meet them, I will be able to use this opportunity to become a dragon. Chapter 13. After Shi Qianshan said those words, he pretended to be proud and aloof in order to attract Wu Qianqian's attention. Wu Qianqian glared at him fiercely. Is this guy sick in the head? Seeing that this matter could be temporarily brushed aside like this, he actually said such decisive words. Li Jian. Is he easy to provoke? Not to mention, Li Jian still has a father. His father is my second martial uncle, the second most powerful person in Beyond the Heavens sect besides the Elder Pavilion. Your master, Martial Uncle Ming, is only the 10th. Hearing Shi Qianshan's words, Li Jian's bloodied and broken face revealed a sinister smile. Shi Qianshan, did you say that? Nonsense. Shi Qianshan said righteously. Chu Yang is my junior martial brother. No matter who you are, if you want to cause trouble for my junior martial brother, you have to go through me first. Chu Yang said in his heart. Well said, Shi Qianshan. You are too talented. But he said emotionally, eldest martial brother, I have caused trouble for you. This is called killing the end of the sentence, leaving no future trouble. Yes. Shi Qianshan waved his hand and said proudly, Junior martial brother Chu, what are you saying? Between us martial brothers, what trouble is there to talk about? Unexpectedly, he pretended to be unhappy, as if Chu Yang did not want him to deal with this trouble. It meant that he was looking down on him. At the side, Tan Tan naturally did not know that Chu Yang was playing tricks. He was so moved that he almost cried. Choking with a thick, nasal voice, he said, Eldest martial brother. Wu, you are so good. Tan Tan, you are the same. You are also my junior martial brother. If you have any trouble, I will naturally not shirk my duty. Shi Qianshan said affectionately, as your eldest martial brother, I naturally have to shelter you from the wind and rain. Asterisk. 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 Otherwise, don't tell me our many years of brotherhood were all fake. Loyal. He valued friendship. Responsible. This kind of man, who would not like him? You, Wu Qianqian. Are you an exception? Shi Qianshan's face was solemn and righteous, but he secretly glanced at Wu Qianqian. At this moment, Chu Yang shouted, That's right. With our eldest senior brother here, you want to bully me? My eldest martial brother is the #1 expert of our Beyond the Heavens sect's younger generation. Junior brother Chu, shut up. Shi Qianshan frowned and hastily stopped Chu Yang. Then he said humbly, Junior martial brother Chu, it's okay if you blindly worship me, but you can't say these words out loud. You should know that trouble comes from the mouth. #1 martial artist, haha, how could I dare to say that? This junior sister Wu in front of me is much stronger than me. Shi Qianshan's words were sincere and earnest. His words were humble, but his heart was as light as a feather. Even his bones felt lighter. My painstaking care for you has not been in vain. At the critical moment, you have really given me face. #1 expert of the younger generation. These few words were naturally junior brother Chu's blind worship of me, but this also proved my prestige. Moreover, I took advantage of the situation and lightly flattered junior sister Wu. Not only did I show my elegance, but I also won the favor of the beauty. Shi Qianshan could almost imagine that Wu Qianqian was moved by him. Shi Qianshan only cared about his own happiness, but he did not see that Wu Qianqian lowered her head and quickly bandaged Li Jian's wound. Her face was becoming more and more ugly. This matter has become completely serious. I can only quickly report back to father and let him think of a solution. Asterisk, asterisk sigh. It's all Shi Qianshan's fault. You don't understand anything and blindly pretend to be a hero? Now this is great. When Li Jin goes back, he will definitely add oil and sauce to the story, and then it will become a big conflict between Purple Bamboo Garden and Locking Cloud's Peak. Especially with Marshal Uncle Lee's protection, his own son was beaten up like this, how could he just let it go? Originally, it was just Chu Yang alone. After this matter was reported, as long as Marshal Uncle Meng and the others were there, and Chu Yang was punished to stop Marshal Uncle Lee's face, this matter would be over. But when Shi Shan came, it was like a storm of thunder and lightning. With just a few words, this matter had reached a point of no return. Moreover, the most ridiculous thing was, the original culprit, Chu Yang, was now completely fine. Everything was carried on the shoulders of Shi Shan bravely. Perhaps Li Jin's hatred for Chu Yang was not as strong as his hatred for Shi Shan. You say, who do you think you are? Everything has nothing to do with you. Why are you stirring up trouble? Hiss. Ha ha ha. Hiss. Li Jin sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain and sneered, Shi Shan, remember what you said today. Senior Marshal Sister, let's go. Li Jin was also very stubborn. He actually supported himself with one leg and jumped up. He looked at Shi Shan with resentment and forced himself to leave. He actually did not look at Chu Yang. After all, he was in the wrong first. Chu Yang did not do anything wrong. Moreover, he accidentally stepped into the hole and twisted his leg, injuring himself. It did not seem to have anything to do with Chu Yang. Moreover, this matter was not very honorable. It was better to secretly deal with Chu Yang in the future. However, this Shi Shan, if I don't kill him, I will not be surnamely. The change in this matter made even Wu Qian a little dizzy. The person involved did not have anything to do with it, but the innocent person became the biggest culprit. Moreover, this trouble was not only, please tell Marshal Uncle Ming that my father invited him to Gathering Clouds Peak for a while. Wu Qian thought for a while and felt that she could not handle this matter directly, so she took her leave. Junior Marshal Sister Wu is too polite. Master is currently in closed-door training. When he comes out, I will immediately report. Shi Shan gently and elegantly said, Junior Marshal Sister is weak and delicate. It will be difficult to help this Junior Marshal brother back. Tan, you go and carry this Junior Marshal brother. You must safely send him back to Gathering Clouds Peak. Tan complied and left. Wu Qian also bid farewell to Shi Shan and Chu Yang. She thanked Shi Shan and turned to leave. She felt a little uncomfortable. There was a feeling of worship. It was as if talking to Shi Shan was talking to a dead person. Shi Shan looked at the three figures disappearing at the intersection. He could not help but let out a proud smile. Today, he had definitely left an indelible impression on Wu Qian. Chu Yang's expression did not change, but his eyes faintly showed a mocking smile. An impression was definitely left, but the impression you left was a dirty one. Today's matter, it was all thanks to Senior Marshal Brother. Chu Yang's expression was very sincere as he said, otherwise, I would have been in big trouble. No matter. Shi Shan said sanctimoniously, Junior Marshal Brother Chu, what is this person's name? Do you know? Chu Yang said, Junior Marshal Brother does not know. Only now did you remember to ask for his name? I know his name is Li Jin, and he is the only son of second Marshal Uncle Li Jinsong. He is also one of the dirty ones of Beyond the Heavens sect. But I will not tell you. It is fine if you don't know. Shi Shan snorted disdainfully. He said, this guy's strength is meager, and he is also not a big shot. Don't worry about it. Even if you want to take revenge, trash like him will not be able to get many people to help. Senior Marshal Brothers will also not offend me for trash like him. Junior Marshal Brother Chu, you can rest assured. Chu Yang said, and repeatedly thanked him. It was not until the afternoon that Tan, who had gone to see them off, came back with a gloomy face. His expression was nervous, and his eyes were filled with fear. When Tan came back, Shi Shan was humming a tune, fantasizing about his bright future. He was practicing his sword in the courtyard. His sword danced in the air, and he was in high spirits. Chu Yang was sitting cross-legged in his room, seizing every moment to improve his martial power. Strength is the right to speak. Chu Yang would never give up even a little bit of time for cultivation. Tan Tan hurriedly came back, sweating profusely. He spoke a few words with Shi Qianshan outside. Then, Chu Yang heard a clang outside. Shi Qianshan's sword, which was in the middle of dancing, fell to the ground. Then, with a plop sound, he sat on the ground. His face was deathly pale. Chapter 14. Immediately, Shi Qianshan jumped up and rushed to the front of Chu Yang's room like a whirlwind. With a flying kick, he kicked open the door. His face was unprecedentedly ferocious. Chu Yang, you motherfucker. You dare to frame me? Currently, Shi Qianshan's usual graceful bearing was nowhere to be seen. His eyes were bloodshot, and his eyeballs were almost popping out of their sockets. He was flustered and exasperated. Eldest martial brother, why did you say that? Chu Yang calmly exhaled and finished his breathing. His face was full of confusion. Tantan also came in and hurriedly advised, eldest martial brother. Second martial brother also did not know about this matter. Nonsense. Shi Qianshan angrily roared. Why didn't you say it clearly? That person was Li Jianin? How could you frame me like this? Shi Qianshan felt so wrong that he was about to cry. What kind of sin did he commit? How could he be so careless and cause such a big disaster? He was really shot even when he was lying down. I was really shot even when I was lying down. Chu Yang's expression was innocent. Extremely wronged, he shouted. Eldest martial brother, what does this matter have to do with me? When Shi Qianshan heard this, his nose became crooked from anger. Suddenly, his vision darkened and he almost spat out blood. Hearing the main culprit shout, what does this matter have to do with me in front of the biggest victim? Shi Qianshan's heart was twitching. If it were not for you, why would I scold Li Jianin? If it were not for you causing Li Jianin's hatred, why would things be like this? If it were not for you, why would I be so careless and fall into such a dangerous situation? Now, you, the main culprit, are fine, and I, the innocent party, have become their irreconcilable enemy. Now you are saying, what does this matter have to do with me? You say, what does this matter have to do with you? Shi Qianshan gasped for breath. His eyes were wide open. These words filled his stomach, and he was so angry that he could not say a word. Chu Yang maliciously looked at Shi Qianshan's violently rising and falling chest. In his heart, he thought that if a woman rose and fell like this, it would be very interesting. But this guy did not have the slightest bit of beauty. What a failure. Yes, eldest senior brother. What does this have to do with second senior brother? Tantan scratched his head and said in a simple and honest manner, we were present at that time. Second senior brother didn't say anything. But, eldest senior brother, you're a righteous man. You stepped forward bravely and shielded us from the wind and rain. The two of us can't thank you enough. So, how could we harm eldest senior brother? Tantan was speaking from the bottom of his heart. His praise for Shi Qianshan came from the bottom of his heart. He truly had a good impression of this big martial brother. But these words, in Shi Qianshan's ears, were incomparably bitter sarcasm. Righteous? Step forward bravely? Shelter you from the wind and rain? What a funny thing. Who do you think you are? Shi Qianshan's body swayed twice, and his vision turned black. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. His face was as red as pig liver. He was so angry that his head buzzed. In an instant, he saw stars. With a heavy snort, Shi Qianshan flicked his sleeves and went out with a black face. He heard a sudden cough coming from the courtyard, and then the sound of someone stumbling could be heard. Until the next morning, when Tantan went out, he found that someone had vomited blood in the grass. The smell of blood assailed his nostrils. This matter made the poor Tantan puzzled for a few days. Who vomited blood? So strange. Chu Yang watched Shi Qianshan go out, and his eyes were filled with endless ice. Shi Qianshan was vicious and scheming. Moreover, he was also cunning and scheming. He was like a poisonous snake. Such a person should have died early, but Chu Yang was not willing to let Shi Qianshan die early. Firstly, from Shi Qianshan, Chu Yang could learn a lot of things that he did not have. For example, sinister, vicious, patient, scheming, smooth. These were all things that Chu Yang did not have in his previous life. But it must be said that although these qualities could be said to be despicable, in this world where the strong were respected, they were qualities that one could not lack in Jiang-hu. When a real man should be vicious, he should be vicious. When it was time to play tricks, he should play tricks. When it was time to play tricks, he should use them especially, because all of this was to protect himself. If even he could not protect himself, then, no matter how great his ambition was, it would be nothing more than an illusion. Throughout the ages, there were loyal and treacherous people. But one thing was for sure. To leave one's name in history for hundreds of generations, it was far more difficult than to leave one's name in infamy. So, those who could leave their names in history were most likely more treacherous than those who were not. Their schemes must be several times more cunning. Secondly, there were some things that Chu Yang could not directly show up for now. If the people of the sect found out about his true strength, then he was afraid that he would be in endless trouble, especially those who coveted the position of eldest martial brother. Once they found out that a strong competitor like him suddenly popped out, wouldn't he become their target? Under public criticism, even if he had 3 arms and 3 heads, with his current strength that had not yet begun to grow, he was afraid that he would meet a miserable end. It was better for Shi Shan to be in front of him. For example, today, everything was pushed to Shi Shan's head. Singing opera was very tiring. It was far less relaxing than watching a play. Also, Chu Yang felt that the current him was lacking a lot. Moreover, the path of this life must not be the same as the path of his previous life. In his previous life, he cultivated the emotionless sword Dao and could seclude himself in the mountains to meditate. But in this life, he could not. In this life, from the moment he was on the verge of death in his previous life, he began to walk a completely different path from his previous life. What he missed in his previous life, what he did not experience, he had to start all over again in this life. Although he had been reborn in name, other than having an impression of some sensitive things or things related to himself, he knew nothing about other things. He could not hide from the world like he did in his previous life. He needed to experience the world bit by bit. Walking out of the swamp of the world was the pinnacle of the sword Dao, the way of heaven. Shi Shan, playing slowly like this, letting him be in front of him until he died, was also not bad. At least, with this target in front of him, he could calmly observe and plan. Although he was not a person he admired. But this did not matter. As for Li Jianyin's injury, of course, Chu Yang had calculated his momentum and purposely set a trap. Retreating and sitting on his neck was also a deliberate move. Although he did not have the peerless martial power of his previous life, he still had the foresight. Wanting to set a trap to deal with the impetuous Li Jianyin was as easy as turning over his hand. Gathering clouds peak. In the study room, the sect master Wu Yunliang sat quietly on a red sandalwood chair with a slight smile on his face. Next to him was a young man in a green robe. His face was white without a beard, and his bearing was calm. His eyes seemed to contain infinite wisdom. This was the master of Dreaming Clouds Peak, the 7th junior brother, Kong Jingfeng. He was also the brains of Beyond the Heavens sect. Wu Qianqian was standing opposite him, reporting what had happened. When she talked about the trip to Purple Bamboo Garden, Li Jianyin's inexplicable injury, and Chu Yang, Shi Qianshan, and the others, Wu Yunliang and Kong Jingfeng, who had always been calm, looked at each other in surprise. In your opinion, what do you think of the 3 disciples of Purple Bamboo Garden? Wu Yunliang asked casually. He did not ask about Li Jianyin's injury, but asked about the 3 disciples of Purple Bamboo Garden. Chapter 15. It's hard to say. Wu Qianqian hesitated and said with uncertainty. Oh, hard to say? What's hard to say? Kong Jingfeng looked at his niece with interest and asked with a smile. The 3's performance was very different from the rumors. Wu Qianqian frowned and said, Rumor has it that Shi Qianshan is mature and prudent. He can handle matters on his own without leaving any loopholes. But this time, I was greatly disappointed when I saw it. As for second brother Chu Yang, rumor has it that he is taciturn and introverted. But today, he seemed to have a hidden edge. He looked like a coward, but in his bones, Wu Qianxian thought for a while but could not find the right words. She could only say, in short, this person is very strange. I can't see through him. As for third brother Tan, he is just like the rumors. He is extremely out of tune. After she finished speaking, the two became silent. They frowned and did not say anything. After a while, Wu Yunliang stood up and slowly walked to the wall. He reached out and a large mural on the wall was removed, revealing a piece of white paper. On the white paper, from top to bottom, there was a list of names on the left side. There were a total of 40 names. After each name, there was a red tick. There were more than 10 names with 2 ticks. There were also 2 names in the first and second place with 3 ticks. These 2 names were Shui Yiming and Qin Mushang. Li Jianyin's name was 10th. Shi Qianshan's name was 13th. But Chu Yang and Tan's names were not on the list. Wu Yunliang held the brush and was silent for a while. Then he drew Li Jianyin's name with a red tick. He erased Li Jianyin's name. Then he carefully thought for a while and wrote 2 words at the bottom, Chu Yang. Then he added a question mark after Chu Yang's name. Then he took 2 steps back and frowned. Then he waved the brush again and erased Chu Yang's name. Only a question mark was left. I'm afraid this matter will cause a huge uproar. Kong Jingfeng furrowed his brows. Our Beyond the Heavens sect is already in an unstable state. Now that this matter has happened, Junior Apprentice Brother Ming is also involved. Junior Marshal Brother Ming won't get involved. With his temper, unless Beyond the Heavens sect is destroyed, he will not care about anything else. Wu Yunliang shook his head, but his tone was very certain. Then, his face darkened as he said, that Shi Qianshan is really that unbearable? His tone was unexpectedly filled with disappointment.
Yes.
Wu Qianxian's impression of Shi Qianshan was extremely bad. This Shi Qianshan, who was usually praised as mature and steady, in her heart, was a super idiot. Moreover, he was a blind idiot. He was hopeless. Wu Yunliang sighed deeply. The 2 of them did not say much about this matter. Clearly, they did not take it to heart. After all, it was just a quarrel between the younger generation. It didn't affect the overall situation. Now, both of them had worried looks on their faces. It was obvious that they were worried about something else. Wu Yunliang waved his hand. Wu Qianxian understood and quietly retreated. Only the 2 of them were left in the study. Big brother, my suggestion? Kong Jingfeng said tentatively. Don't worry. Wu Yunliang waved his hand with a worried expression. Kong Jingfeng was silent for a while. Then, he said heavily, our Beyond the Heavens sect is only the 7th generation. The 1st generation martial ancestor established the sect and became one of the top 7 sects in lower 3 heavens. It was a great honor. However, the 2nd generation martial ancestor broke off relations with the great Zhao royal family. Since then, the sect's reputation plummeted. The sect's experts were hunted down and more than half of them died. Finally, the 2nd generation martial ancestor inadvertently helped the royal family in his later years. The relationship with the royal family was no longer good. However, he was barely able to recuperate and return to the first garden. The 3rd generation martial ancestor was extremely talented. They were all heroes of the world. Originally, the sect thought that because of this, the sect would prosper. Who would have thought that because of this, it would lead to internal strife in the first garden? After a fierce battle, people killed each other. Beyond the Heavens sect's strength was greatly damaged. They only left behind an order to not kill each other. But now, other than Junior Marshal Brother Ming's Purple Bamboo Garden, the first garden has begun to fight again. The next 8th generation martial ancestor, the position of the top 10 martial ancestor, will be another life and death battle. The sect's strength will be greatly damaged. This is foreseeable. Our Beyond the Heavens sect has fallen from being one of the top sects to being a second-rate sect. Kong Jingfeng's voice was very cautious at first. However, the more he spoke, the more impassioned he became. Eldest martial brother, the first garden looks grand, but everyone has their own thoughts. It's better to have none. Being so scattered, spies are emerging one after another. Our Beyond the Heavens sect is in danger. Of the 7 great sects, only one is left. The remaining position is coveted by the Red Dust Pavilion and the Heart Sword House for a long time. They are our most powerful competitors. Furthermore, the Godly Saber Pavilion and the Black Blood Union have a deep hatred for us. They will not give up on killing us. Our Beyond the Heavens sect is now in imminent peril. Kong Jingfeng's expression was sorrowful. Eldest martial brother, we can't help but be anxious. How can I not know what you were talking about? Wu Yunliang sighed. What you are talking about is only the Jianghu factor and external factors. You have yet to talk about the real danger. In the past few years, the 8th generation of Beyond the Heavens sect had nearly 100 male disciples. However, only a few of them were successful. As for the female disciples, 10 years ago, there were less than 50. Now, there are nearly 150. Even though their talents are limited, their appearances are as beautiful as flowers. Wu Yunliang let out a long sigh. With his hands behind his back, he walked to the window and said in a low voice, "This is the sign of the sect's demise. Beauty is the root of disaster." Wu Yunliang said casually, "In this continent where the strong are respected, beauty is a resource. It is the root of disaster. The decline of Beyond the Heavens sect is imminent. When the 8th generation of disciples roams the Jianghu, it will certainly cause endless disputes. It is the root of disaster, but it is also not necessarily a resource." Kong Jingfeng refuted. "Roaming the Jianghu may bring a lot of help to our Beyond the Heavens sect. Who knows? Do you think it is possible?" Wu Yunliang smiled mockingly. "Beauty is only a tool in the eyes of the strong. Right now, Beyond the Heavens sect is plagued by internal and external troubles. If we follow your suggestion and forcefully merge the peaks into one, I am afraid we will immediately fall apart. We will fall into a state of collapse." Wu Yunliang said heavily at that time, "If the enemies take advantage of this opportunity to attack, our Beyond the Heavens sect will be destroyed immediately. A serious illness requires serious medicine. This saying is true. But if the illness was incurable, using heavy medicine rashly would only result in immediate death. Not to mention, our enemies are far more than these." Wu Yunliang wanted to say something but hesitated. It was as if there was something difficult to say. Kong Jingfeng said unwillingly, "Are we going to continue like this? Are we going to let the sect slowly decline? We need to rely on external forces." When Wu Yunliang said the words "rely on external forces," his face was very complicated. He said each word with a pause. His eyes showed that he was going to cut off all means of retreat. After that, he did not say anything else. He only silently looked at the 30 names and one question mark on the wall. He did not say anything for a long time. But what about the female disciples? Kong Jingfeng's heart relaxed but immediately became tense again. Chapter 16. What I am worried about right now is this. Wu Yunliang's eyes were deep. If Beyond the Heavens sect can quickly grow stronger, then we can protect these female disciples from being bullied and let them find a home they want. But right now, we can only try our best. Kong Jingfeng sighed deeply and said, "Regarding Li Jianyin's matter, second martial brother will definitely not let it go. What does eldest martial brother think about this?" Second martial brother has always been fierce and protective. This time, he will definitely make a move against Purple Bamboo Garden. Wu Yunliang said casually, but he also knows junior martial brother's temper, so he will only be angry and will not personally make a move. The ones who will make a move are probably second martial brother's disciples. No matter who wins or loses, this time, it will be a trial for both martial brothers and sisters. Wu Yunliang said softly, "As long as it is not excessive, there is no need to care. If we can find a few talents in this matter, it will not be a bad thing." The two of them were silent. At the same time, they raised their heads and looked at the 30 names and a question mark on the wall. In a large sect of 1,000 people, the two of them looked like they were looking for gold in the sand. Only these people were the hope of Beyond the Heavens sect. Whether it was protecting Beyond the Heavens sect's position, attacking the 7 great sects, or even entering the lower 3 heavens and becoming the legend of lower 3 heavens, it all depended on these people. 30 people and a question mark were the elites of Beyond the Heavens sect. For such a large sect, this was simply desolate. Looking at these names, Kong Jingfeng was thinking about something else. Eldest senior brother clearly knew that Li Jianyin was narrow-minded and had feelings for Wu Qianqian. Yet, he still allowed him to accompany Wu Qianqian to deliver the message. With Wu Qianqian's beauty, she would definitely attract the admiration of some of the younger brothers. It was expected that she would cause trouble, but eldest senior brother still did it. They didn't just randomly pick a disciple from their own gathering clouds, peak to pass the message. Gathering clouds peak and locking clouds peak each sent a disciple to pass the message. On the surface, it looked like they valued this matter, and also gave a lot of face to second senior brother. But in reality, they were faintly intensifying the conflict between the younger generation, eldest martial brother. Did he do it intentionally? This must be a method to deal with second senior brother's locking clouds peak. Kong Jingfeng looked at Wu Yunliang's back and slowly thought to himself. Of course, he could not say this out loud. Hopefully, he would succeed. Kong Jingfeng thought to himself. With a rustling sound, an almost colorless light flew in from outside the window. A small white bird landed on the table. It tilted its head and looked at the two of them with its round black eyes. Colorless eagle. Both of their eyes lit up at the same time. Kong Jingfeng looked at the eagle and asked, "Big brother, could this be Iron Cloud?" Wu Yunliang's eyes darkened. He nodded and took out a small ball from the colorless eagle's body. Inside, there was a small piece of paper. Looking at it, his expression became heavy. After a long while, he raised his eyebrows as if he had made a decision. Chu Yang didn't know about these things. He also didn't know that the sex crisis had reached such a stage. He was currently practicing martial arts. In fact, he only knew that the sect would be destroyed in 4 years. But as for the reason, he didn't know. In his previous life, he was only an insignificant little brother at this time. No one told him, and with his reclusive personality, he didn't ask. In 3 months, the sect's grand competition would begin. This competition would last for half a year. From nearly 800 disciples, there would be only 10 left. Then, these 10 people would go through 3 years of arduous training. After 4 years, the most outstanding one would be the big brother. But Chu Yang couldn't wait that long. He needed to establish his position in this half a year. He needed to enter Seven Shades congregation grounds and obtain the first fragment of Tribulation Sword. If he wanted to do this, he needed to double his efforts. Although he had been reborn, he had nothing to rely on. Everything had to be obtained through his own sweat and sweat. With his current strength as a 4th-level martial disciple, even if he had experience, all his experience was just empty talk in front of his peers who were more than 10 levels higher than him. Martial arts could only be effective within a certain range. But tactics also had limitations. A trap dug by a group of children might be able to catch a rabbit, but it couldn't trap a tiger. Chu Yang was currently practicing like a madman. One day and one night passed, and there was no movement from Li Jianyin's side. He only heard from Tan Tan that when Li Jianyin was sent back, second martial uncle Li Jinsong was furious and roared for a long time. But Chu Yang didn't feel any pressure. If the sky fell, there would be a tall one to hold it up. Right now, Shi Qianshan was that tall one. Let him hold it up. Purple bamboo swayed in the wind. Chu Yang's body was like a mountain. Both his feet were stepping on a sharp stone, but his body didn't move. He maintained absolute balance in all aspects. Shua, shua, shua. The long sword at his waist was unsheathed and then sheathed again. The cycle repeated over and over again. This simple movement he had practiced for an entire morning. The ground under his body was already soaked with sweat. His left foot took half a step forward. The tip of his foot pointed outwards. His right foot stood in the same place. His eyes calmly looked forward. His hand was already on the hilt of the sword. With a slight sound, he raised his hand, raised his arm, twisted his waist, and rushed forward. The light of the sword rushed forward, steadily pointing forward. His eyes were on the same level, without the slightest tremor. His right hand holding the sword seemed to be straight yet not straight. Obviously, he still had some strength left. Then, the light of the sword flashed. With a light sound, the sword returned to the scabbard. Chu Yang's eyes were fixed. Looking at his face and eyes, No one could tell whether he was satisfied with this movement or not. Then he continued to repeat. The same movement, dry and boring. Normal people would be tired after dozens of times. But Chu Yang, in the morning before the sun came out, had already repeated it 1,000 times. There was no longer any sweat on his body. In just one morning, his arm went from normal to sore, then lost feeling, then regained feeling, then numb again. No matter if it was sore or numb, or breaking through the limit, or normal, he always controlled the standard of his sword. The cyan steel sword was very ordinary. The black iron scabbard was even more ordinary. The quiet night of the purple bamboo forest was stirred up by this ordinary sword, and the sword energy was everywhere. The sound of the sword seemed to be getting softer and softer. From the initial clear sound of a clang to the current soft sound of a crack, it was almost inaudible. Chu Yang did not stop. Chu Yang did not realize that not long after he started practicing, in the bamboo forest several feet away from him, there was a tall figure silently watching him. Chu Yang practiced for the whole morning, and he watched for the whole morning. The morning dew had already soaked his whole body, but he seemed to be afraid of disturbing Chu Yang, and just watched quietly. Finally, the east was slightly bright. Chu Yang returned the sword to the scabbard for the last time, and let out a long breath. He stood quietly, and the murderous air in the air also slowly faded. He restrained the sword intent and murderous intent in his heart. When practicing the sword, there must be murderous intent in his heart. Only then would he constantly cultivate the sharp sword energy in his heart. This was not difficult for Chu Yang to do. As long as he thought of Shi Qian Shan and Mo Tianji, he would involuntarily become murderous. There was no need to deliberately cultivate it. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that there was one more person in front of him. Master, Chu Yang called out softly. This person was actually Meng Ran, who had already announced that he would go into seclusion. Now that we have just entered the member clicker list, how many places can we rush to today? Chapter 17. You've been practicing for 5 hours and you haven't moved. Meng Ran looked at his second brother and said thoughtfully, You don't seem to be practicing the sword? Teacher is wise. Chu Yang smiled. He had always respected this teacher, whether it was in his previous life or now. Meng Ran had always been indifferent, but no one dared to bully him. He seemed to be detached from the world and didn't care about anything, but nothing in the world could be hidden from him. His heart had a scale, weighing the world. Such a person, no matter where he was a rare talent. But he also had something in his heart that he wanted to protect, and that was his sect. Beyond the Heavens sect. That was why he didn't retreat when Beyond the Heavens sect was in danger. But he also protected his younger brother in the midst of a storm of blood. Maybe his teacher had other regrets, but Chu Yang didn't know. He only knew that his teacher often stood alone in the wind in the middle of the night, as if he was reminiscing, as if he was sighing, as if he was thinking of something. You're practicing your heart, your mind, and your sword speed. You're also controlling the volume of the sword. Meng Ran said lightly with his hands behind his back. Who taught you all these? No one taught me. I just feel that I need to use my heart when I use my sword. Every sword needs to be used with my heart in order to be effective. Chu Yang said, I used to practice the sword for the sake of practicing the sword, and I fell behind too much. Oh, not bad. Meng Ran nodded lightly and waved his hand. Chu Yang felt a weight on his hand, and he saw that there was a water bottle in his hand. After you finished practicing the sword, you withdrew your sword heart and sword intent and dispersed your heart sword energy. Then you said a few words to me. Today, your realm has stabilized, so you can drink water. Meng Ran said with a smile. After excessive exercise, you can't continue to drink water. If you drank water the moment you stopped practicing the sword, then the results of your morning's hard work would be wasted, and it would be harmful to the body. But now, after a period of buffer, there was no problem. Yes. Chu Yang raised the water bottle, drank a few mouthfuls, and then put it down. Although he was extremely thirsty, he couldn't drink too much water. Everyone understood this principle, but there were not many who could truly control themselves. Meng Ran had been looking at his face all this time. Only now did he slowly let out a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, "Only by practicing the sword with your heart can you achieve the heart of the sword. Only when the heart of the sword is formed can one have the sword resolve. Only when the sword resolve is formed can one dominate the world. In your generation, all of you know this principle, but there aren't many who actually do it. Now, you've barely comprehended this level. Not bad. However, we still need to continue working hard." He paused for a moment and said, "I don't care how you practice the sword, but why did you control the volume of the sword?" Chu Yang laughed mischievously and said, "Master, all the swordsmen and sabermen in the entire Chongtian continent are equally powerful. In short, those weapons that required scabbards were all made of iron. Some wealthy people would have scabbards made of gold, silver, or even black gold. There were even more expensive ones. But no matter what, it was still metal. The metal was firm, resistant to wear and tear, and could be used for a long time. Furthermore, it could be used as an offensive weapon as a last resort. These are all advantages. However, when a weapon is unsheathed, the friction between the scabbards makes a clear sound." "Correct." Meng Ran nodded. "But if the sound is clear, it gives the enemy time to prepare. I think this is the shortcoming of the metal scabbards." Chu Yang said frankly and with assurance, "Master, why do you practice the sword? It's to kill. If you want to exercise, you don't need weapons. Since you want to kill, why give the enemy time to prepare? Isn't it straightforward to kill with one strike? I practice the silent sword to attack when the enemy is unprepared." Chu Yang smiled and said, "Jiang Hu is ruthless. A man should kill. Blood splashes for 3,000 miles. I always think that the highest level of killing is to kill without being seen." "Killing without being seen? Just like how you framed Shi Qianshan?" Meng Ran tilted his head. His eyes suddenly became sharp. Chu Yang was startled. He didn't expect Meng Ran to see through his plan. "I have to say, framing Shi Qianshan is the most satisfying thing in my life." Chu Yang smiled calmly. He didn't deny it. Then he said in a low voice, "If he wasn't blinded by lust and blinded by greed, he wouldn't have been framed by me." Meng Ran looked at him deeply. He sighed deeply and immediately skipped the topic. He clasped his hands behind his back and walked forward. He said indifferently, "You just said that you learned the sword to kill. Isn't that biased? You should know that in this world, there are a lot of lovable things. There are also a lot of concerns. Learning the sword is not necessarily to kill, but to protect. Using your own sword to protect what you care about, people or things." Meng Ran sighed and said, "Human lives are important. If you can avoid killing, then don't kill. No matter how ruthless a murderer was, killing a person would hurt his heart a little. No matter if the person you kill is evil or not. After all, they are the blood of your father. They are also other people's children, husbands, brothers, and fathers. Master also said to protect, and I agree. But when others come to harm the things we protect, in order to not let our loved ones cry." Chu Yang followed Meng Ran's footsteps and walked forward slowly. He said firmly, "Then we can only let the enemy's parents cry. This person must be killed." Meng Ran said, "Where it is possible to let people off, let them off. I let people off, but they won't let me off." Chu Yang said, "The human world is like this. It is better to solve crises and enemies as soon as possible." "You have killed too many people." Meng Ran said, "This is not good." He shook his head in pity. "You should know that if revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it? Then cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. That way, it will be over immediately." Chu Yang said bluntly, "Master, you are too soft-hearted. You are not like the people of Jianghu. You practice the sword silently, which is equivalent to a sneak attack. This goes against the martial arts rules of Jianghu. I am afraid that it will cause criticism. This will affect your future, and it will not be good." Chu Yang laughed and said, "Rules are rules. I am me. Why should I follow those rules? I think there is only one rule when I do things. That is to protect my own life. That is the biggest rule. If you lose your life, even if you follow the rules, it will be nonsense." He paused and laughed mockingly. "Not to mention, how many people in Jianghu still follow those rules? Those so-called rules have become the cause of death for honest people. Meng Ran was silent. The master and disciple could not convince each other, but they both felt a sense of novelty. In Chu Yang's previous life, he only respected his master and never argued with him. Now, the two of them were talking and walking. Although they were talking about killing people, they felt warmth in their hearts. Meng Ran was the same. He did not agree with Chu Yang's words, but he could not deny that they were reasonable. He did not say anything because even if it was his own disciple, he had never forced anyone. Everyone has their own path. How to walk? Let them choose for themselves. Master, there is one thing that I can't figure out. Chu Yang said thoughtfully. You were talking about Shi Qianshan? Meng Ran smiled. I have always condoned Shi Qianshan's hypocrisy to deceive you. I allowed Shi Qianshan to monopolize the sect's resources, but I did not ask about it, right?
Yes.
Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and looked up. This matter was the doubt in his heart. Since Meng Ran knew, why did he not stop it? Shi Qianshan was a disciple. Were the two of them not disciples? Chu Yang was not dissatisfied, but he knew that Meng Ran must have his reasons. Right now, he was asking because the next step was to kill Shi Qianshan. But what if he ruined Meng Ran's plan? Chapter 18. I didn't deal with it because it was Shi Qianshan's ability. You two are stupid. It's useless to talk about it. Meng Ran said, treacherous and cunning. Although it's despicable, it's also a skill. It's also a prerequisite for success in Jianghu. Shi Qianshan was not secretive enough and was discovered by you. Meng Ran paused and said, Shi Qianshan is still a hypocrite. Chu Yang silently followed behind him for a while and said softly, I understand. Meng Ran did not turn his head and continued to walk. His tone was still indifferent. If you did not discover, I will continue to indulge Shi Qianshan until he no longer needs my indulgence. Although I only have you 3 martial brothers in my sect, this is also Jianghu. Life and death, it's your own business, your own choice. When he said, life and death, it's your own business, your own choice. When he said this, Meng Ran's face did not change, but his voice suddenly became heavy. This sentence seemed ruthless, but Chu Yang sighed deeply. Master is only a guide. His own future path must be walked by himself. Meng Ran's current inaction seemed ruthless, but in fact, it was to let his younger brother experience Jianghu. Even if it was a little late, it would still be a step ahead of the other brothers. Moreover, this was his own understanding. It was completely different from what others taught him. Although it was cruel, this kind of cruelty was something that he would experience sooner or later. The earlier he experienced it, the more likely he would be able to survive. In his previous life, after his sect was destroyed, he gradually understood his master's painstaking efforts. If you continue to be so stupid, when you start out in the future, sooner or later you will die in the hands of others. Then, I will not have high hopes for you. Do not blame me for being cruel. Our Beyond the Heavens sect needs strong people, not idiots. Shi Qianshan is treacherous and ruthless. He is not a good person. Meng Ran finally stood still. Chu Yang realized that they were already at the cliff behind the mountain. Meng Ran said, but Shi Qianshan can succeed. His aptitude is also good. So I indulged him and suppressed you. Before this, all of you were very mediocre, too mediocre and simple. The smaller your achievements, the greater your chances of survival. Even if you were bullied, you would still be able to survive. I want my brother to live. I don't care which path you take. Meng Ran said, everything is decided by the heavens. If you hadn't suddenly become enlightened, I wouldn't have said anything to you. Perhaps I am not a competent teacher, but since the first time Shi Qianshan deceived you, and you did not realize it and were even grateful to him, I have already decided your life's path. He turned his head and looked deeply into Chu Yang's eyes. Until that day, when you started to test me, I understand. Meng Ran's words were indifferent and emotionless. But Chu Yang felt a burst of gratitude. If Meng Ran exposed Shi Qianshan's true colors, the two of them would suffer even more. Although I announced that I would be going into seclusion for the past few days, I have been secretly watching you all. Meng Chao Ran sighed and laughed. Only now did I realize that I, Meng Chao Ran, had actually made a mistake again. You, Chu Yang, have greatly exceeded my expectations. So, I began to change my original intention. Chu Yang blushed with shame. It was not that he had made his teacher make a mistake. In his previous life, he had indeed been this stupid, but his teacher said that he had made a mistake again. This sentence seemed to have a deeper meaning. Could it be that he had made a mistake once before? However, your character needs to change. Meng Chao Ran seemed to think for a while. Then, he said heavily, in Jianghu, killing is inevitable. But your words today are too murderous. And now, you already know how to work hard. In the future, your achievements may not be below mine. So, I am worried. If one day, you find your biological parents who abandoned you. So today, I want to talk to you. Haha. Chu Yang laughed coldly. His eyes flashed with a strong hatred. As a person of two lives, this was the biggest demon in his heart. Chu Yang was an orphan. Or, it should be said that he was an abandoned child. When Meng Chao Ran picked him up, he was still an infant. In the dead of winter, he was thrown in front of a dilapidated temple. After Chu Yang knew about this matter, the anger in his heart could not be contained. You gave birth to me. Why did you abandon me? Even if you threw me into a commoner's family, I could still live. But you threw me in front of a dilapidated temple on a cold winter night. Even if you threw me in the temple, I could still breathe a little more. You clearly wanted me to die. But you could not bear to kill your own newborn child. So, you chose to cover your ears while stealing a bell. But a child who was not even 1 year old, if he did not meet a kind person, wouldn't he die? How could there be such heartless parents in the world? Looking at the deep hatred on Chu Yang's face, Meng Chao Ran sighed deeply. Let me give you 3 words of advice. You must remember them well. First, without them, you would have survived. Second, everything has a cause and effect. There are no parents in the world who do not love their child. Thirdly, the heavenly Tao is the norm. Your life was given to you by your parents. Teacher is right, Chu Yang said calmly. Meng Chao Ran sighed in his heart. He knew that Chu Yang did not mean what he said. This knot in his heart could not be untied. He said, Teacher is right. He did not say, Little brother will remember. It was obvious. It was not surprising. Among the 800 disciples of Beyond the Heavens sect, there were many orphans. But most of them had lost their parents. There were only 2 children who were abandoned by their parents, Chu Yang and Tan Tan. The feeling of being abandoned, especially by his own biological parents, was indescribable. As one grew older and got used to seeing the world, one would become angrier. Especially, Chu Yang was a person with a strong sense of self-esteem. Chu Yang's reclusive character was born after he learned about the world. After learning about his own life, he became taciturn. Over time, he became like this. The hatred in his heart had been accumulating for 10 years. Meng Chao Ran sighed in his heart. He looked at his younger brother with pity. Under Chu Yang's calm face, Meng Chao Ran could feel a surge of sadness and anger. If it was ignited, even Chu Yang himself would be burned to ashes. Meng Chao Ran only knew that Chu Yang's anger had been accumulating for 10 years. But he would never have thought that his anger had been accumulating for more than 10 years. This was the accumulation of hatred from 2 lifetimes. You already know the sect's martial techniques. You also know the fists, legs, sabers, and swords. Besides the core martial techniques of Beyond the Heavens sect, you already know them all. Meng Chao Ran said softly, in the future, it will depend on you. The remaining core martial techniques of Beyond the Heavens sect can only be taught to the 10 brothers. Everything depends on you.
Yes.
Chu Yang nodded. The 2 of them were standing at the top of the mountain. At this moment, there was a burst of light in the east. The sun suddenly jumped out from the horizon. Meng Chao Ran's eyes narrowed as he stared at the east. His eyes seemed to be dyed with countless colorful clouds, emitting an indescribable brilliance. Slowly, it condensed into a dazzling ray of light. The sky was bright. Chu Yang suddenly felt that his master Meng Chao Ran's back at this moment was bleak and lonely. The sun had just risen. The slanting rays of light pulled Meng Chao Ran's body into a long shadow, spreading through the mountain forest. After a long time, Meng Chao Ran said in a low voice, "Chu Yang, you are the first child I picked up. When I picked you up on that snowy night, I knew that there would be a tragedy. At that time, I wanted to throw you away. I didn't want to be involved in this karma." Chu Yang's body shook. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Meng Chao Ran's back. His lips moved, but he didn't say anything. But there was one thing that changed my mind. Meng Chao Ran's back was facing Chu Yang, but he stretched out his hand. His fist gradually loosened. Inside, there was a jade pendant the size of a little finger. Chapter 19. The jade pendant was completely purple, just like the purple clouds that accompanied the sun when it first appeared in the sky. With one look, one would know that this strange purple was not a color that should exist in the human world. The moment it appeared in Meng Chao Ran's palm, because it came in contact with the sun, it suddenly shone brightly. It was as if all the purple in the world was gathered here. This was a piece of precious jade. With one look, Chu Yang came to this conclusion. In his previous life, he had traveled the world and seen countless rare treasures. He had even seen countless jades of the highest quality. However, there were very few that could compare to this small piece of jade in front of him. This piece of jade is purple crystal jade essence. Meng Chao Ran said quietly, "Although it looks small, it is an extremely complete piece of jade essence. This kind of purple crystal jade essence is rarely seen in 10,000 years. Only 10,000 pieces of top-quality jade can compare to the value of one piece of purple crystal jade. Only in the core of a purple crystal jade mine that has been here for 10,000 years, there is a small chance that a piece of jade essence will appear. The value of this piece of purple crystal jade essence is unparalleled." Meng Chao Ran slowly turned around. "When I picked you up, this piece of jade essence was hanging around your neck." His eyes were like lightning as he stared at Chu Yang's face. Chu Yang even felt a strong burning sensation on his face. Chu Yang's atoms apple-bobbed twice. Suddenly, his throat felt dry. He reached out to take this priceless piece of purple crystal jade essence. His usually steady hand was actually trembling. Was this the only token of his identity that he had? This piece of jade essence has the word Chu engraved on it. Meng Chao Ran said slowly, "The surface of the jade essence is not damaged, but this word appeared on the inside. This kind of cultivation is something that even I can't match. I definitely can't do." The word Chu could be your first name or your last name. Meng Chao Ran sighed slightly. "When I carried you out of there and climbed up a mountain, the sky suddenly cleared up. The night had passed and a sun appeared in the east." He paused and said, "Just like today, at this moment, the rising sun was the love of my life. So at that time, I gave you the name Chu Yang." Meng Chaoran's voice was a little hoarse. Although his tone was calm, there seemed to be a surge of magma roaring under the calm. "I hope that you won't disappoint the name Chu Yang. Don't waste this purple crystal jade essence." Meng Chao Ran took a deep breath and immediately calmed down. He said, "Your background shouldn't be ordinary. If you continue to be as mediocre as you were in the past, I won't give you this jade essence." "Actually, I hope that you will live a mediocre life," Meng Chao Ran said softly. "But I hope that you can live a peaceful life." He did not turn around, but his eyes were filled with deep emotions. Just like a father who had endured hardships, he only hoped that his son would be safe and sound, and did not have any extravagant hopes for wealth and honor. This was because great wealth came with corresponding risks. Parents wouldn't want their daughter to take any risks. Chu Yang listened quietly. He did not interrupt, but in his heart, huge waves surged to the heavens. Meng Chao Ran's words had completely disrupted his state of mind. These words seemed to be a simple and straightforward narration of Chu Yang's life experience. But Chu Yang could hear that these words contained too much information. Purple crystal jade essence. It was priceless and rarely seen in the world. There were words on the inside, but the surface was not damaged. Purple crystal jade essence was difficult to be damaged by swords and sabers. It also had the ability to avoid true energy and elemental energy. Even the innate saint power of the divine clan could not damage it. Purple crystal jade essence was naturally even more powerful. Even a revered martial artist would find it difficult to leave such a mark on it. Not to mention leaving words on the inside of the jade without damaging the surface. Could it be that the person who carved this word was an emperor-level martial artist? Or even higher? With such a rare treasure hanging around the neck of a baby in swaddling clothes, how could they abandon the baby? What was the inside story behind all of this? Chu Yang's background was shrouded in layers of mystery. If he wanted to uncover this mystery, he would need a considerable amount of strength. And the person who carved this word must have been an emperor-level martial artist, or even higher 10 years ago. Chu Yang's teeth lightly bit his lower lip. His eyes were fixed and flashed with an inexplicable light. He might not have been abandoned. There might be some other reason for this. This thought, once it arose, it was like a million rays of sunlight, dispersing the haze in his heart. It made his cold heart slowly warm up. He slowly closed his palm and held the piece of purple crystal jade essence tightly in his palm. The jade essence was smooth and cold, but Chu Yang was excited. He circulated his true energy in his hand and touched the jade essence. Suddenly, there was a strange warmth. This warmth was like a stream of air, flowing through his palm and into his meridians. Slowly, his whole body became warm. The tiredness from the morning's arduous cultivation had completely disappeared at this moment. Chu Yang's heart trembled. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Meng Chaoran. "Your feeling is not wrong." Meng Chaoran smiled. "This purple crystal jade essence has the ability to quickly recover from fatigue. It might also have other effects. You must take good care of it, but I advise you not to rely on this thing too much." "Yes." Chu Yang's eyes were full of gratitude. With such a treasure on him, he could cultivate day and night without stopping. Naturally, his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. No matter who it fell into, they would probably keep it for themselves. As long as Meng Chaoran did not say anything, Chu Yang would never know. Even if it was placed in front of him, he would not know that it was his own identification. But Meng Chaoran had silently kept it for 10 years and returned it to him. This kind of sentiment was rare in the world. In Chu Yang's heart, Meng Chaoran's care and persistence were far more precious than this purple crystal jade essence. Chu Yang also understood what Meng Chaoran meant by not relying on it too much. Because if there was no fatigue, there would be no limit to the body's endurance. And martial artists could only break through their current realm when they felt their limits. From this jade pendant, if you are not from a wealthy family, then you must be from a beyond the heavens clan. Meng Chaoran slowly said, "Before your strength reaches a certain level, do not touch it. That will bring you a fatal disaster. If you reach that stage, even if the entire Beyond the Heavens sect goes all out, they may not be able to save your life. Remember this." "Yes, I will remember," Chu Yang solemnly replied. Ever since he saw this purple crystal jade essence, he had this feeling in his heart. Also, one of my greatest wishes in life is to bring glory to Beyond the Heavens sect. Protect Beyond the Heavens sect. Meng Chaoran sighed. "Since you have the heart of a strong person, then help me protect it well."
Yes.
Chu Yang nodded deeply. Others did not know, but he clearly knew that in 4 years, Beyond the Heavens sect would face a great calamity. Now that he had nodded, he had placed this matter on his shoulders. With his current insignificant cultivation, to do this, he might not be able to do it even if he put in 1,000 times more effort than others. But no matter what in life, he had a first goal: Beyond the Heavens sect. Once Beyond the Heavens sect survived this crisis, it would be time for him to travel the world with his sword, to find the Sword of Calamity, to find Mo Qing Wu, and to solve the mystery of his birth. After Chu Yang's rebirth, his goal had been very simple: Mo Qing Wu, the Sword of Calamity. Find Mo Qing Wu, love her for life. Find the Sword of Calamity, and reach the peak. As for the mystery of his birth, in his previous life, he did not know about the purple crystal jade essence, and did not have any hope for the mystery of his birth. As for the sect, his feelings had always been very indifferent. But in this life, these two things had appeared in front of him at the same time. "Master, why did you say these things to me today?" Chu Yang pondered and said, "In the past, you have never mentioned it." Meng Chaoran smiled. He looked at the blood-red clouds in the sky and said lightly, "Beyond the Heavens sect has many disciples, but everyone who practices the sword is purely practicing the sword, that is all." He stopped talking for a long time, and then slowly said, "But I saw you practicing the sword today, practicing the sword, practicing the Jianghu." Chu Yang was silent. Meng Chaoran looked at the rising sun in the sky and let out a long, long breath. This breath was so long, as if it had been suppressed in his heart for dozens of years. He looked at the eyes of the sun with a strange expression, as if he was reminiscing, but also as if he was in pain or disappointed. In short, his expression was very complicated, as if he was immersed in a dream, unable to extricate himself. Chu Yang was silent for a while, and finally asked in a low voice, "Master just said that protecting beyond the Heavens sect is only one of your biggest wishes. But what other wishes do you have? If I have the chance, I will definitely do it for you." When he asked this, Meng Chaoran's body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. His face suddenly turned pale, as if he had recalled some painful past. He stood there in a daze, his eyes filled with confusion and pain, but he did not say a word, as if he had turned into a statue. After a long time, as if in a dream, he said in a low voice, "Wind and rain cannot wash away the scars of the heart. The vicissitudes of life cannot extinguish the wounds of love. Do not speak lightly of the ancient times. Only when separated can one see the desolation." His voice was very low, as if he was whispering, as if he was in a dream, as if he was crying. It was the kind of despair and helplessness that was suppressed to the point of eruption, but could not cry, an endless desolation. Hearing this voice in Chu Yang's ears, he clearly felt that his master had shattered his own heart in these short 20 words. This kind of feeling made Chu Yang suddenly think of the battle on the wind-thunder platform in his previous life, when he was at the end of the road and had no hope of survival, and when he thought of Mo Qinggu, that kind of sadness and heartbreak. Meng Chaoran's current situation was actually similar to his own feelings of despair at that time. Could it be that Master had also experienced a life's regret? Presumably, it was this matter that made Meng Chaoran not care about anything, and did not care about anything, right? Wind and rain cannot wash away the scars of the heart. The vicissitudes of life cannot extinguish the wounds of love. Do not speak lightly of the ancient times. Only when separated can one see the desolation. These were the first few lines of a poem that I wrote 3 years ago when I was lying on my sickbed. Outside the window, the storm was raging. I really like these few lines. Meng Chaoran's story was inspired by these 2 lines. Chapter 20. Chu Yang's heart shook. When he raised his head again, Meng Rant's bleak figure with his hands behind his back had already quietly disappeared from his sight. Before he left, he actually didn't say anything to him, not even a single word. But that oppressive aura seemed to linger here and didn't dissipate for a long time. Chu Yang was stunned for a while. He could faintly feel that Meng Rant's heart was very bitter, so bitter that he couldn't imagine it at all. What exactly happened to make this former genius of Beyond the Heavens sect become like this? If there was a chance, he would definitely untie this knot in his master's heart. Chu Yang took a deep breath. His eyes focused, and he pulled out his sword. Sword energy rushed to the heavens. This time, he practiced from the beginning to the end. He practiced every move over and over again. He had already practiced drawing and sheathing the sword. Now, he needs to practice the flow of the moves. He needs to combine the moves with the order of the moves. Then, he needs to understand it carefully. Whether it was to protect Beyond the Heavens sect, to find Mo Qinggu, or to fulfill his master's other unspoken wish, he must have strength. If he didn't have enough strength, he would only become a target for others to fulfill their wishes. As for the purple crystal marrow, Chu Yang just casually hung it around his neck. As long as he didn't use his vital energy, it was no different from an ordinary pendant. Chu Yang's plan was that unless he completed a stage of cultivation, he wouldn't use the recovery ability in the purple crystal marrow. Just as Meng Ran said, not only was it not beneficial, it was harmful. Relying too much on external forces was not a good thing. Only by piling up sweat and accumulating it bit by bit with one's heart would it be the most stable state and the deepest level of comprehension. If one blindly relied on external forces, even if one's strength increased, one would never reach the state. That would become one's life's regret, and it would never be able to make up for it. A martial great master had the mental state of a martial great master. Only after stopping at it, comprehending it, and completely mastering it, could one logically enter revered martial great master. A martial great master, even if a windfall fell from the sky and suddenly obtained 10,000 years of pure strength, but without the corresponding mental state and mental state to complement it, he wouldn't become a supreme martial great master. He would still be a martial great master. He would just be a more abnormal martial great master. Therefore, every step had to be firm and solid. How could being thrown to the peak by others and climbing to the peak by oneself be the same? If he was thrown up, he would fall to his death. Time passed quickly. During lunchtime, Chu Yang saw Shi Qianshan again. Right now, Shi Qianshan's complexion was ashen. He had no energy left. His face was full of worry and anxiety. Everyone knew that Li Jian's perverted behavior was not going to be forgotten so easily. As second martial uncle's disciple, even if it was just a flatter master, he still had to stand up for Li Jian. If they don't come now, it means those people are planning something, and it doesn't mean this matter is over. Tan Tan carelessly gnawed on the jelly. In fact, his hands were covered with oil. Chu Yang was in a good mood. So, he sat down and began to chew. Only Shi Qianshan had no appetite at all. He forced himself to eat, but the food tasted like wax. After a few bites, he sighed. His gloomy eyes constantly swept over Chu Yang. It seemed as if the faint anger in his eyes was about to burst out. Shi Qianshan, I heard that you are very powerful. It was said that he was the #1 expert of the younger generation. Haha, come out. Let's see and learn from each other. At this time, a clamor came from outside the door. Then, there was a burst of laughter. From the sound of it, there were at least 7 or 8 people. Yes. This Shi Qianshan actually called himself the #1 expert of the younger generation of Beyond the Heavens sect. He really doesn't know how to write the word death. #1 expert? Does Shi Qianshan deserve it? Quickly come out and beg for mercy. The troublemakers had finally come. The evil fruit that Chu Yang had planted for Shi Qianshan had exploded so early. Even Chu Yang did not expect this. Shi Qianshan's face became pale. Then, he fiercely looked at Chu Yang. #1 expert of the younger generation. These words were shouted by Chu Yang that day. At that time, Shi Qianshan was very proud of himself. But later, he realized that this was a quagmire that he could not get out of. But it was already too late. Now, hearing these words, it was like a knife cutting his heart. Wonderful irony. And it was also the biggest problem of Beyond the Heavens sect. Which of the current 5th-generation disciples was not allergic to the word #1? The position of the eldest disciple. The ownership of 7 Shades congregation grounds. Li Jian's fellow disciples did not dare to openly come to find trouble and avenge Li Jian. But Chu Yang's words of #1 expert of the younger generation provided them with an excellent excuse. And the sect had always tacitly approved of this kind of competition between disciples. Shi Qianshan could imagine that there would be endless troubles coming to find him. Chu Yang lowered his head to eat, as if he did not hear the cursing outside and did not see Shi Qianshan's bitter gaze. But in his heart, he sneered, "Fuck, if I don't play you to death in this life, then I would be sorry for being reborn." The 8 young people outside were all dressed in black, but there was a red ribbon tied around their waists. On their cuffs, there was also a red ribbon. This was the symbol of the Locking Clouds Peak disciples. Just like Chu Yang's purple bamboo garden, it was a purple ribbon. At this moment, the 8 people were looking at Shi Qianshan. Their eyes were filled with anger. Li Jian was Li Jinsong's only son. Normally, he was spoiled. Naturally, he did not get along well with his fellow disciples. But it was one thing to not get along well with them. He was bullied by outsiders. Although these people's hearts were not necessarily unhappy, it did not prevent them from using this as an excuse to vent their anger for Li Jian. This was a great opportunity to flatter. So it is senior brother Lu and senior brother Chu who have personally come. Shi Qianshan did not go out to meet you. Although Shi Qianshan's face was ugly, he still respectfully bowed and said, Shi Qianshan, I am not worthy of you calling me senior brother. Senior brother Lu laughed and said sharply, You are the #1 expert of the younger generation of Beyond the Heavens sect. With my insignificant cultivation, how could I dare to call you senior brother? Sure enough, he used the title of #1 expert of the younger generation to talk. Shi Qianshan's face became even uglier. In his heart, he already hated Chu Yang to death. Now he suddenly remembered. Could it be that when Chu Yang said those words, it was to give them an excuse? This senior brother Lu was about 30 years old. His name was Lu Yunyan. He was Li Jinsong's eldest disciple. As for senior brother Chu, his name was Chu Ping. He was 27 or 28 years old and ranked second. The remaining few people were all their junior brothers from the same sect. At this moment, hearing Lu Yunyan's words, they all roared with laughter. Shi Qianshan, come. Let me see the ability of the #1 expert. Chu Ping stepped forward and looked at Shi Qianshan. How can I be senior brother Chu's opponent? Shi Qianshan hurriedly declined. What a joke. How could he dare to fight now? Among the 8 people, Lu Yunyan was ranked higher than him. Chu Ping and the other outsider, although they were slightly lower, they were not far off. The other party deliberately came to find trouble. How could he let him off so easily? If he fought, he would probably be beaten into a pig's head. As for Tantan and Chu Yang, their martial power was low and could not be relied on. He was equivalent to fighting 8 people. Shi Qianshan wanted to cry. Shi Qianshan did not fight, but it did not mean that Chu Ping was going to waste time with him. Suddenly, with a clang, his long sword was unsheathed. In the midst of a dazzling white light, there was a pa sound, followed by a pu sound, and then a pu sound. It turned out that Chu Ping did not give Shi Qianshan any chance to speak. He heavily slapped Shi Qianshan's face and kicked him in the stomach. This slap and kick were both powerful. Shi Qianshan did not dodge or avoid the attack. He only felt pain in his stomach and sat down on the ground. Shi Qianshan knew that as long as he did not fight back, being beaten by the opponent would not be a big deal. But if he fought back, it would be hard to say whether he could survive today. Therefore, facing the opponent's attack, he gritted his teeth and endured. This bastard dared to hit me. Chu Ping, who was the one who hit Shi Qianshan, shouted angrily, Fuck, it hurts. As expected of the #1 expert of our Beyond the Heavens sect. Brothers, we are in imminent danger. Quickly come and save us. Oh no, second brother is at a disadvantage. Go. Quickly go and save second brother. Lu Yunyan's eyes flashed. He shouted in a very panicked manner. With a shout, immediately everyone rushed forward. They punched and kicked Shi Qianshan, who was on the ground, as if he was a punching bag. The wind whistled as the punches landed on his chest. As they hit him, they shouted, You dare to hit my second brother. We agreed on a fair fight. This Shi Qianshan actually used underhanded means. Beat this shameless person to death. There were even some people who shouted while fighting, Shi Qianshan, you are relying on the fact that this is the purple bamboo garden. You stop. Second martial brother, are you all right? Listening to this voice, it seemed that Chu Ping was about to be beaten to death. Chu Ping gritted his teeth and kicked Shi Qianshan again and again. At the same time, he shouted miserably, It hurts. It hurts. Shi Qianshan, you are so vicious. On the ground, Shi Qianshan was still screaming and begging for mercy. But slowly, with a few cracking sounds, his body curled up and he fainted. The 7 people were still angry. After beating for a while, they finally stopped. Everyone was panting. Chu Ping wiped his sweat and said, That was close. I was almost killed by Shi Qianshan. Yes, this Shi Qianshan is really vicious. Someone at the side echoed. Tantan's eyes were red. But when he was about to rush out, he was stopped by Chu Yang. The opponent had so many people. Even if Tantan rushed out, it would be useless. He could only be beaten up like Shi Qianshan. Moreover, Shi Qianshan being beaten up was such a delightful scene. How could he ruin it? Chapter 21. As Shi Qianshan's master, how could Meng Ran not come out to take a look? But right now, he was full of disappointment. When Meng Ran taught his disciples, he always had a principle. Do your own thing. If you can't do it, I will help you. But you can't not do it. This was Meng Ran's principle. Today, if Shi Qianshan had a bit of backbone, a bit of manliness, he could really fight with the other side. Meng Ran would also immediately stand up for his little brother. Meng Ran could even directly fight in front of second Marshall Brothers' door. If your son is beaten, you need to find a reason. But if my disciple is beaten for nothing, is it for nothing? Meng Ran was already prepared. But looking at Shi Qianshan's slippery state, in order to save his life, he would rather be beaten than to fight back. If he is so cowardly, even if he is scheming, what can he do? If one day a strong enemy comes to attack, won't he have to kneel and surrender? There is a limit to enduring humiliation. I can stand up for you, but you need to have value for me to stand up for you. I can protect you for a while, but I can't protect you forever. You still have to go through the DNG and take responsibility for everything. This was Meng Ran's way of teaching his disciples. Although it was heartless, it was suitable for this. Jianghu, courage, courage. Although these two qualities were often said to be the path to death for young people, it was undeniable that without these two qualities, even if one lived for 10,000 years, it would be impossible to become a strong martial artist. Although he was lacking in courage and courage, it was something he couldn't lack in order to become an expert of his generation. Meng Ran suddenly felt very disappointed with this little brother of his. So, he did not care anymore. In the purple bamboo forest, on the opposite side of Meng Ran, there were also two people looking at this farce with gloomy faces. These two people were Beyond the Heavens Sect Master Wu Yunliang and Dream Clouds Peak Master Kong Jingfeng. Why are they here? Moreover, he was actually watching a bunch of kids fight with relish. If Chu Yang knew that these two people were here, he would be very surprised. Looking at Shi Qianshan lying on the ground like a pile of mud, covered in blood and unconscious, Chu Ping and Lu Yunyin suddenly felt very bored. Originally, he thought that since Shi Qianshan was so arrogant and dared to hit Li Jian, it would be a fierce battle. Who would have thought that when they came here with great fanfare, they would encounter such a coward who actually allowed them to beat him up without even fighting back? He was worried that it would be bad if he killed him, so he prepared to leave. Just as he turned around and was about to walk back, a voice suddenly said slowly, "Hey, I say, you're leaving just like that?" Lu Yunyin and the others stopped in their tracks. That person continued, cough, cough. You 8 Marshall brothers fought against Shi Qianshan, yet you suffered such a great loss. Don't you think it's a bit inappropriate to leave like this? Lu Yunyin abruptly turned around and coldly stared at the person who had just spoken. In a dark voice, he asked, "You have a problem with that?" The other 7 people also turned around and looked at the young man who had suddenly appeared. They were all somewhat astonished. When Shi Qianshan was beaten up in front of him, he didn't even make a sound. Why did he come out now that the matter was over? Could it be that he also wanted to be beaten up? Chu Yang gently smiled and said, "Senior Marshall Brother Chu came to my purple bamboo garden, yet suffered such a great loss. I feel very apologetic in my heart." His usually cold face suddenly had this kind of warm and friendly smile. It actually made him look like a god. Tan Tan at the side opened his mouth wide. Looking at Chu Yang's smiling face, it was as if he had seen a ghost. Heavens, I, your brother, have lived for more than 10 years. Today, I actually saw Chu Yang smile. My life was not in vain. Tan Tan's heart rose and fell. At this moment, he actually had the impulse to write a poem. On the other hand, Lu Yunyin and the others felt suffocated. Just a moment ago, these 8 people had ruthlessly beaten Shi Qianshan until he was half dead. Yet their mouths were clamoring that they had suffered losses. It was as if it was Shi Qianshan who had single-handedly beaten the 8 of them. Now, as a member of the Purple Bamboo Garden, Chu Yang was actually lying through his teeth. He inverted black and white and went along with what they said. This made them feel extremely depressed. Chu Yang naturally did not stand up for Shi Qianshan. If this matter had happened somewhere else, he would have just watched from the sidelines, patted his butt, and left. However, since he was born in the purple bamboo garden, Chu Yang could not let them leave. This was his master's territory. This was Ming Rant's face. Gathering Clouds Peak's younger brother beat up Ming Rant's younger brother in the purple bamboo garden and then left as if nothing had happened. If this matter was spread out, one could imagine what kind of damage Ming Rant's reputation would receive. Of course, Ming Ran never cared about these things. However, Chu Yang could not ignore it. In his previous life, Ming Ran had always been the person Chu Yang respected the most. Since Shi Qianshan had already been beaten up according to his plan, then, it was time for him to counterattack. These people came to the purple bamboo garden to beat people. They must pay the price. In Chu Yang's view, this was completely different from them beating up Shi Qianshan. I don't know if this is considered killing a donkey after it has outlived its usefulness. Chu Yang asked himself in his heart. He felt that he was being a little unreasonable. He could not help but rub his nose, sigh, unreasonable. So be it. Killing a donkey after it has outlived its usefulness is just a bunch of donkeys. Furthermore, he could use Shi Qianshan to block the disaster. However, the current situation was that he had to obtain the sword point in the shortest time possible. He had to step on these people to get to the top. Since he had to step on them sooner or later, what was the harm in stepping on them earlier? What do you mean? Lu Yunyin waved his hand to stop his junior brothers from stepping forward. He looked at Chu Yang with disdain. This person in front of him was at most a level 2 or 3 martial disciple. This kind of person, what kind of tricks could he play? There was no need to take it to heart. What I mean is, this is the purple bamboo garden, not the Locking Clouds Peak. Chu Yang smiled warmly. However, his eyes shone like a blade. This is the purple bamboo garden. So what? Lu Yunyin snorted. You are from the Locking Clouds Peak. Although we belong to the same sect, the Locking Clouds Peak is the Locking Clouds Peak. The purple bamboo garden is the purple bamboo garden. Chu Yang said indifferently, you came to the purple bamboo garden to cause trouble. Did the sect elders allow you to do so? What do you mean by cause trouble? Chu Ping glared and said, we only came to exchange pointers with junior brother Shi Qianshan. Isn't it normal for fellow disciples to exchange pointers? Yes, exchange pointers. Only exchange pointers. The rest of the people shouted. The word causing trouble could not be used on them. Exchange pointers. Beyond the Heavens sect's rules state that when exchanging pointers, the sect elders must be present. Since we are exchanging pointers, where are the sect elders? Chu Yang sneered and said, Beyond the Heavens sect's rules state that when exchanging pointers, the sect elders must be present to change the ranking on the spot. Where is the ranking list? Beyond the Heavens sect's rules state that when exchanging pointers, there must be a contract. Where is the contract? Chu Ping was speechless. They came this time because they knew that Ming Ran was in the purple bamboo garden. When the time came, they only needed to report to Ming Ran and request to exchange pointers. It could be considered that there was an elder present. Everything would fall into place. Moreover, it could also earn a good reputation for Locking Clouds Peak. Look, although we are exchanging pointers in name, we are actually helping our junior brother vent his anger. However, the location was chosen in the purple bamboo garden. Moreover, the only sect elder present was Martial Uncle Ming. Everything was carried out in front of his eyes, open and above board. Moreover, Li Jian had suffered such a big loss. If Locking Clouds Peak did not react, it would be strange. However, when they came here, they found that only Chu Yang and the other two were present. After a few words, they came to an impasse. Now that the fight was over, the other side stood up and demanded that everything be done according to the rules. Now, without an elder present, no matter what, this matter could not be justified. Nonsense. Today's matter was provoked by Shi Qianshan. He beat up my senior brother Chu. Senior brother Chu defended himself. That's why. One of the youths rolled his eyes and shouted rudely. Chu Yang looked at him coldly and said, if that's the case, then senior brother Chu is injured? His injury is not light? Of course. The youth's face turned red, but he said firmly, look, senior brother Chu's waist is injured. There are also wounds on his chest. His whole body is covered with cuts and bruises. Oh, so, today was not a spar? Chu Yang tilted his head with interest. Your face is so red. Did you do something wrong? Of course it was not a spar. Chu Ping braced himself and said stutteringly. Just a moment ago, they were all shouting that it was a spar. However, under Chu Yang's sharp words, they immediately changed their words and said that it was not a spar. So, when you go back, you will say the same thing? Chu Yang asked with a smile. Of course, we will speak the truth. The sect has been very kind to us. How could we lie? When Chu Ping said this, his face could not help but turn red. But that's not very appropriate. Look, you've suffered such a big loss, but you don't even have a single injury on your body. Isn't that too unreasonable? Chu Yang said sincerely, Senior Brother Chu, how about I help you? You help me? Chu Ping's pupils shrank. How can you help me? I can help you. I can make a few wounds on your body. Chu Yang smiled sincerely. Senior Brother Chu, I am thinking for you. When you go back and tell the elders that you are not injured, they will definitely think that you are lying. Then, you will definitely be punished. How about you let me cut you a few times, punch you a few times, or kick you gently? What do you think? Ha ha ha. Chu Ping laughed and looked at Chu Yang with disdain. You are Chu Yang, right? Before we came, Junior Brother Li repeatedly told us that we can deal with Shi Qian Shan, but we must leave Chu Yang to himself. Haha, that is why I let you go. Now, you actually want to help me? Haha, with your insignificant skills, how can you help me? Whether I can help or not, I will have to try. Chu Yang said warmly. Maybe Senior Brother Chu will suddenly go crazy and stand still for me to hit. Wouldn't that be easy? Chapter 22. Hearing Chu Ping's question, the boys and girls behind him all laughed. Everyone knew that among the 8 peaks and 1 garden of Beyond the Heavens sect, the 8 peaks occupied the top 10 positions. Purple Bamboo Garden's oldest brother, Shi Qianshan, was only ranked 13th. As for the other 2 brothers, they were both ranked below the 700th rank. They were practically the last. Chu Yang, Tan Tan. Now, this unworthy person actually wanted to challenge Chu Ping, who was in the top 20. With a difference of more than 700 ranks, this was simply asking for death. Chu Yang also laughed. His laughter was very normal, but very cold. It was summer and the weather was hot, but when Chu Yang laughed, it was like a cold wind blowing down from the peak of a snowy mountain. Everyone felt cold all over. Chu Yang's eyes became cold as he slowly said, Purple Bamboo Garden's prestige is not something you can offend. The rules of Beyond the Heavens sect are not something you can break. Chu Ping, today, I will use you to establish my prestige. Sooner or later, I will step on these people and become the #1 brother. Then, today will be the beginning. Today's battle will be the first battle of my rise in Beyond the Heavens sect. I, Chu Yang, have always stood at the top of the wind and welcomed other people's challenges. Now, after my rebirth, although I am at the bottom, my bones are still at the top. It is lonely at the top. A 3rd-level martial disciple wants to establish his prestige by challenging a 2nd-level martial warrior? Without a doubt, this matter was a huge joke. The people behind Chu Ping immediately roared with laughter. They looked at Chu Yang as if they were looking at an idiot. Trash, you want to establish your prestige? And you want to use Senior Brother Chu to establish your prestige? Are you crazy? This guy is crazy. Junior Brother Chu, you and Chu Yang fight. Lu Yunyin, who had led the team, stared at Chu Yang's eyes and slowly said, Don't underestimate your opponent. His cultivation was higher than Chu Ping's, and his spiritual perception was also much sharper. Previously, when Chu Yang came out, he was smiling and talking, so he did not feel anything. But now that Chu Yang's aura had changed, Lu Yunyin suddenly felt a cold pressure on his face. The contempt in Lu Yunyan's heart suddenly disappeared without a trace, like a snowflake encountering the scorching sun. At this moment, the way he looked at Chu Yang was simply a little frightened. As soon as Lu Yunyin said the words, Don't underestimate the enemy, the surrounding laughter suddenly disappeared. This clearly indicated that Lu Yunyin was not optimistic about Chu Ping's chances in the battle between Chu Yang and Chu Ping. Lu Yunyin was one of the top 10 disciples of the Beyond the Heavens sect's 5th generation. Although he was at the bottom, his strength was already extraordinary. He was already a grade 4 martial warrior. Such a person would naturally have a discerning eye. Although Chu Ping was only a 2nd-grade martial warrior, compared to Chu Yang who was a 3rd-grade martial disciple, the difference was like heaven and earth. Warrior against martial disciple, elite against trash. Was there any suspense in this battle? Chu Yang smiled calmly. He took a step forward and said, "Chu Ping, come and get from me the reason why you got away with lying." Chu Ping roared and suddenly pounced forward, throwing out a punch. His movements were agile, just like a leopard on the hunt. He saw that Chu Yang did not take out a weapon, so he was naturally embarrassed to draw his sword first. Chu Yang was about to move when his eyes suddenly flashed. At this moment, he had a feeling that he was being spied on. It was as if his every move was being watched by someone in the dark. This was the strong spiritual sense that he had cultivated in his previous life. This spiritual sense had helped him escape countless life and death situations. Today, this feeling rose again. However, he could not feel the killing intent of the person in the dark. It seemed that there was no malicious intent. Chu Yang's heart was moved. He already had some guesses about the identity of the person in the dark. He thought to himself, since this is a heaven-sent opportunity, I might as well give you a surprise. He did not look around. His face was expressionless, but his footwork had already begun, and he rushed towards Chu Ping. His movements were obviously normal, but in the eyes of others, it was indescribably strange. Chu Yang's upper body did not move, but his body also seemed to be rushing forward. However, Chu Ping found that even after rushing a few feet, he still could not touch Chu Yang's clothes. In the eyes of others, Chu Yang's body was clearly charging forward, but in reality, he was retreating. He looked like he was really in an offensive state, but his basic movements were really dodging. Under his feet, his 2 feet maintained the posture of taking large strides forward, moving nimbly. This strange phenomenon completely subverted everyone's understanding. In the bamboo forest, Meng Ran opened his mouth wide. He was about to cry out in surprise, but he suddenly realized something and closed his mouth. His upper and lower teeth clenched together, and with a smacking sound, Meng Ran felt a sharp pain in his cheeks. But Meng Ran did not feel it at all. He only opened his eyes wide, looking at Chu Yang, who was moving around freely like flowing water. His eyes were full of shock. At the same time, in the bamboo forest on the other side, 2 cold gasps could be heard. The sound was so loud that it almost sucked their surroundings into a vacuum. Chu Yang's dodging action immediately caused the 3 people who were watching from the shadows to be extremely shocked. The 3 people stared at Chu Yang's movements without blinking, their eyes full of passion. Snow in the clouds, graceful in the sky, advancing and retreating, advancing and returning. Everyone present was very familiar with this set of footwork. Beyond the Heavens sect's fleeting snow cloud footwork, every generation of disciples practiced it, and everyone knew it. Even the servants who boiled water could use it a few times. But no one had ever been able to achieve the effect that Chu Yang had. Fleeting snow cloud footwork was created by the founder of Beyond the Heavens sect. That year, this founder was on the peak of a mountain, bathing in the rare warm sunlight of winter. He was about to rest, but when he lay down, he saw that the clouds in the sky were pure white, and the color of the snow on the ground was also reflected by the sunlight, shooting into the sky. The snow and the clouds reflected each other, and were unexpectedly ever-changing. There was no wind in the sky, but the clouds in the sky seemed to be moving forward, and also seemed to be retreating, and also seemed to be spreading, and also seemed to be condensing. It was impossible to see whether it was moving forward or backward, but when he looked, the clouds had unknowingly moved away. This founder seemed to have understood something, and buried his head in thought. 2 years later, he created a set of footwork, and named it Fleeting Snow Cloud Footwork, to commemorate the inspiration that the heavens and earth gave him. This founder used this set of footwork to run rampant in the world, and when combined with sword moves, he rarely lost. It could be said that his fame was illustrious. Even enemies who were far more powerful than him would not be able to hurt him. But after him, no one could learn this set of fleeting snow cloud footwork. Even if they used their own internal energy to cultivate, they could not achieve the same effect as the founder. It could not attack the enemy, nor could it protect oneself. Instead, it became a martial art. It was useless to practice it, but it was a pity to abandon it. Everyone thought that the founder must have made a mistake. Or it could be said that he did not leave behind the true secret. This matter became one of Beyond the Heavens sect's biggest regrets. But they did not expect that after a few hundred years, the true essence of this set of footwork would reappear on Chu Yang. How did he do it? Chu Ping crazily attacked, but he could not even touch the corner of Chu Yang's clothes. The more he fought, the angrier he became. He was a second-level martial warrior, but he could not beat a third-level martial disciple? His martial brothers were all watching from the side. How could he lose so much face? Chu Ping was flustered and exasperated. He was just about to pull out his sword, but when he pulled back his hand, a shadow flashed in front of him, and Chu Yang was already in front of him. Chu Ping was shocked, and before he could dodge, he heard a bang sound as his nose was punched. Blood immediately flowed from his nose, and under the pain of his nose, tears flowed out. "Be good, don't cry. I am doing this for your own good." Chu Yang gently comforted him, but his hands were merciless. His body flashed like a fish, and with two bang sounds, Chu Ping's left eye and right eye were both heavily punched. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.